Banana. Banana.
Hello! Welcome back to Roll X Play, where we roll dice and play games. You've joined us for Still Hearts, our weekend campaign. It's been a while since we last played. We've had some time off, we've had some character discussions in the meantime, but we today will be continuing the journey of the Still Hearts group. So we are on session 5, episode 5, and we're going to dive straight into it. One thing to note, we are one player down, Leonie, but she'll be joining us next time, so hopefully. But why did I just see a thumbs down? What was that? Okay.
That was just for her.
Just for her.
She's getting in
Yeah.
character for Fawn, who is
Yeah.
against fun and niceness.
Absolutely.
It is true. This is now
one player down, Leonie.
Okay, well, to give us a little refresher of where we are, the party has been traveling with the mischievous marauding Martets for the last few days, traveling through the Whispering Woods until reaching a holy city known as Trasvalar. Here, the party had partaken in a group event showing off the circus and their own skills in it, as well as just kind of looking around the city, getting a little feel of what Trasvalar is like and the different sectors that are dedicated to different deities within the pantheon. Now, as their days have continued in the city of Trasvalar, they won't be staying for much longer, however. They have another full day. It's currently midday now, but they've got another day to themselves in the city before they leave the following morning on an airship straight to Leyront, with a couple of stop-offs in between. But before we jump over there, we're just going to remind ourselves what happened last session. Last session ended with a combat scenario where there were two strange individuals, a Leonin and a Minotaur, both seemingly altered in some way, both physically and mentally, had attacked the party, as well as some guards that were trying to apprehend them. The party were able to subdue the both of them, and some guards began to rush over and to hold them down and arrest them. As you had taken into this fight, some cuts, some bruises, you've been hurt, nothing of serious injury, but still wounded the head of the kind of paladin side of Moradin, an individual who seems to be familiar with a couple of you guys in the party, be it by name or person. And she has now brought you into the Moradin temple. So, as we begin this session, I would just like to know how each one of your characters is currently feeling after this last combat scenario. Because there were some heavy hits to some of you, but as well some kind of epic moments, to say it in some terms. So what is the mood everyone is going through at the moment? So we're going to start off with Ven. We'll go from right to left.
Why am I always the first one? Okay.
You're right below me, Robbie. So what do you say?
I think Ven's not feeling pretty good. He took a few hits, especially that like sonic boom thing from the Minotaur, so he's pretty badly hurt, kind of dragging himself along with the rest of the party, hoping to just get healed a little bit.
Okay. Fennel? How's Fennel feeling?
Fennel's great. He jumped off a building. He got a really good hit in. He's one. Yeah. So the other guy's probably not feeling very great, but he's like, yeah, nailed it. You know, climbing went well. The jump went well. The fall went well. The stab went well. Yeah, happy.
Okay. Thorn? How's Thorn feeling?
I think she's feeling fine. She didn't get hit once, so but she's sort of like still got this buzz of energy to her since she like turned into the tiger and then immediately out of it. She's still feeling like that sort of high, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just a bit what's the word I'm looking for?
High.
No. That's not the word I'm looking for. She's just winded up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she's just a little want to hit something, but she's fine. She'll be fine.
Okay. And Thordane. How's Thordane feeling?
Banged up, but now that a person of interest shown up, focused.
Okay. So, as the five of you are walking alongside this blue-skinned tiefling, I believe they're blue-skinned from memory, you see as she is adorned in this full kind of bright armor in like orange and browns, reminiscent of what Moradin's colors are. You can see as she's leading this charge, she seems to be middle-aged of sorts, maybe in her 30s or so. But she is very strident, walking with intent and purpose towards the temple. And the temple itself is quite large, bigger than any of the other buildings here. Moradin's sector is much more residential area. There's a lot more buildings here dedicated to just homesteads. A lot of people live in this area. It's probably the highest population per meterage, per square meter in the whole of Trasvalar. Just this sector alone is probably half of the occupants of Trasvalar. That means that some of the buildings are a bit more cramped together, a bit more smaller, but there is a large community here and people seem to be kind of out in the masses. And especially after this fight, you can see a lot of them are now on the streets trying to clean up, help out where they can. Some of the carts were broken and destroyed, and you see them getting out their tools and trying to fix them, get them ready. People who are hurt also getting bandaged up. More priests are walking out of the temple itself. And the temple isn't necessarily anything very decadent in design. It is almost like a very large house. There is pillars on either side that rise up and make the main foundations of it. The rest of it is almost like a tapestry painted with windows here and there. It looks all very immaculate, very nice, but it doesn't shout or scream a place of holiness. It doesn't have any real symbols or mention of Moradin. It just seems to be a very inviting homestead for people to come into. And at the very base of it, there is a large double set of red doors. And you can see they're open with the priests coming in and out and bringing people in, taking people out as well. This tiefling figure walks through. Come with me. I will show you a place where you can heal up. Some of our priests are busy at the moment, but they can attend to your wounds as well. So please, if you can come in here to the right-hand side. See, she begins to kind of turn the corner as well. The interior of this space is quite a nice area, actually. The exterior is lovely in design, but it doesn't really have a practical feel to it. It just seems very plain in standards. But inside, you can see there are beautiful crafts, large sets of chairs and tables, as well as chandeliers and sculptures that were made by hand and still being carved by hand with students and such of this temple. Moradin represents craft, represents tradition, and you can see this kind of in full force here. There is woodwork, there is masonry, there is clay molding and painting, and everything that you can think of as a craft is almost explored here in every corner. There seems to be several floors to this space. You can't see the floors above, but there is a large staircase leading up to them. One thing that stands out to all of you, and it is an oddity to say the least, is at the top of these large staircases that go up and then T-section go off to the left and the right. You see at the very top of this first set of stairs, there is a platform that's risen up slightly, made of stone, and above it, not touching the ground, but hovering just above, there is a cross-legged man. Someone who has their legs in a cross, and they are seemingly sat there in a meditating stance, floating. You see they are slightly gaunt, a bit more less meat on their bone, but they seem to be alive, although you would think at first that they are a statue. This individual is bald of head, tattoos across their body, and you can see them just floating there in space. I'd like each one of you to roll a perception check.
Ooh.
Perception.
Not bad.
I'm not seeing shit.
Damn.
Oh
God
shit!
damn it, bro.
For
It's-
fuck's sake.
It's so fitting for Fennel to hear
Does
this.
he ever have an off day? That's my question. He seems to just be riding high tide.
He's
Please
riding.
roll nothing but ones when you're actually in the water. That's all I ask.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Fennel, you riding on this high, you kind of feel the world around you a bit more brighter, just because your sensibilities are heightened and you're walking around, and you see this man floating upon this staircase, and he's not moving; he's just floating there, and you can hear the faintest calling of a whale through him. You hear a almost like yawning of a whale's sound, like a whale that you would hear under the water. It is just a constant kind of reverberation that you can hear from them. And it does seem to be originating from them. Something inside of them is causing this to be called out. People walk by and don't seem to really care or acknowledge it, but you can hear that. And if you want to, just roll a religion check. It's going to be a nat one now, so. there's no point in
Well,
me
that would
asking.
be more fitting.
I
No
really don't know
way.
how that
No
works.
shot.
I literally
Oh
have
my
no.
god.
It just always happens.
It's just how the
always
world works.
Yeah.
How the world works.
It's. I'm always lost for fucking words because it seems rigged. Seems fucking rigged.
It is. It is.
Anyway, you got no clue.
No. Okay.
Head empty.
That's a
Head empty.
strange thing. Anyway.
As Antonia, the tiefling, is guiding you through, you take the right-hand turn, and you can see she brings you to a area where there are several, almost like indoor falls of water. Not waterfalls per se, but there are small holes in the ceiling above where water seems to be dripping through. There is a bit of a steam element that's going on here, and you can see this area is almost used as a half forge. You can see that the water, which begins to grow into the central bowl, is picked up and used on several elements of smithing that are wrapped around it. It's only a circular room, and nothing else really goes off from it. This just seems to be a place for smiths and forging. And you can see them picking up buckets of water, pouring them on their weapons, using the water itself to clean and purify. But at the moment, they've stopped using it, and you can see a lot of the people who were injured during this fight have been gathered and have been placed within the water itself. You can see them leaning in, placing their wounds within the water, and you see Antonia. She kind of looks over towards you. This is a spring of good health. If you wish to put your wounds inside, they will heal at least some portion of it. And I can help with the rest.
So we just put our hands in, or?
Well, if you want to bathe in the waters, you can. It is not sacrilegious, so you will not be doing any sort of blasphemy acts by doing so. Nor will you be condoning yourselves to Moradin. This is a spring. It is water.
Okay.
Shit.
Thank you.
That's right. As well, I need to ask this question. How did you defeat these creatures? Just through fighting alone?
I think so.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I knocked him out with a psychic spell. That helps.
You were able to tap into his mind. Interesting. We've tried to do similar magics to understand them, but they are an enigma. Their bodies themselves are almost hollow completely of any sort of magic or intents of it. We've tried to affect them before, and it is useless. So to see that you have been able to grasp them, at least with your magic, is a feat to be commended.
I wouldn't go so far as to say it was with the same intent as you there. I was aiming to do some damage, not really connect, if you catch my drift.
Definitely. I understand. And duty calls. Sometimes you have to reach these sorts of heights to undo these creatures. They are dangerous creatures. You are lucky to have survived them, but you are strong in number, so congratulations. Just hope that you do not find them when they are rested.
What are they?
Uh, we do not know. They were escapees from a prison long ago. They had been traveling around. We could not pursue them, find them. Only recently we were able to find their trail. They left a bloody mess behind. Creatures, the two of them, constantly starving, wanting to devour and eat. These things are not a good thing in the world. Yes.
What kind of prison?
It was. Go on, Jack. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was wondering, have any cases that fit those descriptions ever crossed my desk or my notice?
Sure. Roll a history check.
24.
You've. Could you also roll a religion check as well?
Yeah, sure. Religion. 22.
Okay. You have come across several things throughout your many years of sleuthing and investigating. One of the many strange elements of being a detective is when you start delving into the occult and some more sinister magics, especially. Now, you've had cases before where this has been almost a side implement to what was going on. Not your main task, but something that you would come up on occasion. This hunger, this satiation to feed and feel full can be classed as a sin. Gluttony, greed, sloth. There is many elements of it that remind you of the nine hells and how their influence can cause people to find themselves at the very lowest of lows. Now, looking at these two creatures when you had fought them, there was nothing on them that struck you as being devilish. They were warped, it seemed, by some sort of madness, perhaps. Perhaps this sin that affects them caused their bodies to just need what they were looking for, and that was hunger, to be fed. But another part of it that is coming up in your mind is you remember seeing a spiral pattern at some point. One thing that was many, many years ago, and it was almost in someone's book, like a note, a journal of things that they've come across or seen, and upon reading into it, you had heard the stories of the Void. The Void is a very occult group. Things that feed off of anything, matter itself, as well as the abstract of that sentiment and emotion. The world is comprised by many elements. There is the physical, there is the metaphysical, and then there is stuff that is between that. Magic flows between those two things. Now, the void itself, they aren't necessarily known of, they aren't seen on a daily, but one thing that stands out between their acolytes and their followers, and this is through depictions years, hundreds and thousands of years ago, is a swirling red spiral. That is their mark, essentially. There are theories, there are ideas scattered around, stories to what they are trying to feed, if they are just feeding themselves, or if there's something on a larger scale that either can never be fed and leads them down in this endless spiral. Thorn, you were saying something.
Yes, Thorn, we just wanted to ask, what prison?
There was a prison that flew in the skies. Stormgate is our prison. It broke about 20-something years ago. Creatures, people scattered from it, running, constantly running. It was not a good time. Luckily, I was too young time to really be involved, but I know several men, women that had fought, came across, and had arrested, subdued them. This is just a closing of these threads. These creatures, they have names. Although they did not use them, we were able to understand that they had a past. The Leonin is named Olaikos. He was once a fighter of sorts, would become driven with this hunger. The druid Minotaur is named Chulad. He derives from Tumthair originally. But where he has been since to gain such abilities in Shadow and Primordial is a mystery still. But one thing that these two share in common is that they cannot be transported by spells, by teleportation magic. They need to be taken from one spot to the other on foot, in chains. That is why they escaped. They were surprised. The stars weren't really prepared for them. But luckily, there were people like you around.
So, how, like, are they completely immune to magic of any kind? Or just specifically?
No, they are not completely immune. There have been creatures who have been immune to magics. People as well. But this, it's as if they are feeding off of it. When we had tried to arrest them before, magic just seemed to almost empower them. It would hurt them, for certain, but they could also absorb parts of it, consuming the energies. I don't understand fully of their capabilities or how the inner workings are, but it seems to me that they have garnered quite a hunger for everything.
That must be a sad life, to always be hungry.
She nods. It can be. To have a full stomach is to know that you are safe.
Well, where are you gonna be taking them now?
I will not be taking them anywhere. I have just liaisoned on occasion, since Korthak has been quite busy, helping out where I can. There is a transportation, not a rudimentary one, not one that we would consider safe for these ruffians, but it is the only option that we have available to us. There is a charter, a ship, an airship that is flying over to Alakshair. They are going to be transported on that one.
By any chance, it's not like a really big and cool sky ship, right?
It is the only one docked in the spire, yes.
Oh, that's great. We're also boarding that ship.
You see her eyebrows raise up for a moment. Okay, quite a coincidence then.
I mean, isn't it kind of unsafe to keep them with a bunch of civilians, though?
Well, these places are also equipped with their own cells and prisons, just in case if anyone gets a little bit overstimulated with drink and partying, whatever goes on in it, that they'll be left in those prisons.
Will
And
they?
we have a few staff going with them as well.
Ah, yeah. They'll have an escort then.
Yes, they will. But as well, the ship itself has their own private militia, so they will also have their own hands involved.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, I guess. But
Just don't make them have an excuse to eat you, I guess.
Well, hopefully they shouldn't be in a situation where they could eat us.
yeah.
God forbid they escape. It's not like they've got a track record of, oh, wait.
Yes, they've definitely not escaped quite a few times already. But good luck. Good luck. If you want to get involved in helping, I'm sure you can get in contact with the guards there. But if you're going on a cruise, you're there to enjoy yourselves. So I would not think about these prisoners being on board. Just enjoy yourselves.
We
Well-
will try.
I'm sure we'll manage.
You see, she kind of looks over towards Sienna for a moment. Sienna, can I have a word with you in private? Is that okay? You see, she kind of like nods. And yeah, of course. I'll be back in a second. And she begins to head off with Antonia. And you guys are left in the springs by yourselves.
Fennell's gonna test the water.
Mhm.
He's not hurt.
He just wants to.
It just he needs
I mean-
water.
Fish is gonna do what fish is gonna do.
He'll go over. He'll put like a foot in and go. It's not salty. It's all right, I guess.
Yeah. You don't put salt in wounds, mate.
Well, some say salt cleans wounds.
So hurts like a bitch.
I didn't say it wasn't painful.
Thorn.
Hmm?
Could
Yeah.
you maybe fill up my flask or water skin with it?
Why do I have to?
These seem to be bickering, so
Okay.
thank you.
Think you meant.
Or-
Yeah, why can't you do it? But fair enough. I'm just gonna put my. I got yanked by the arm, right? That's how he stabbed me.
Yes, he did.
I'm just gonna put my arm in the water.
You just plunge your arm all the way in. The water itself has this almost lemongrass smell to it, and it has this very, very stingy sensation as you are putting your arm in. All the cuts, the wound that you had suffered, you can feel it just getting seized up slightly, and your hand goes numb. But you can see in live time, looking down, that the wound itself is starting to like bubble, and almost blood is seemingly coagulating and keeping itself there. The wound itself healing over, but it takes a while. So you have to kind of grit your teeth a little bit.
Keep it on there until it's closed up, or until or until the numbness gets a bit concerning.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever comes first.
Damn. Question.
Yes.
I was hit by the sonic scream thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which part of me is hurting? Which part of me needs to be healed?
Your head.
My head. Okay, great. Jeez.
I can dunk your head in the water.
No.
Baptism.
Does Thorn bring back
Yeah.
I will say like Ven's like at least at minimum 6 feet away from any kind of spring. Just waiting. He takes the water skin. Thanks. I appreciate it.
I don't know why you wanted me to do it, but sure.
Feeling a bit worn out after the big blast, you know.
What?
I'm insight checking that because, like, my sister's a paladin. I'm going to find it weird that somebody's staying away from a healing spring, as in sending someone else to get it. So.
Ben's gonna take a little bit of the water in his hand and just like kind of wash his face with it, I guess, or lightly pour it on his face.
Yeah, sure. You begin to wash your hair, kind of just use the water itself just to kind of clean off any of the physical bits of blood that have been dripped on you or were caused by attacks against you. And you can feel as you are kind of pressing that water into your head, there is you can smell that kind of lemongrass in the air. And your head has been pounding a little bit, like a bit of a migraine is starting to kick in. But as soon as you begin to wash your face and your head several times, the migraine does begin to subside. And one thing you do notice as well, as you're kind of looking over towards the water, sat in it, you can see the shadow figure just kind of plumped inside, water up to its waist, arms crossed, and just kind of looking at the water.
Just sitting in the
Just
water.
sitting in there, yeah.
What's their expression?
It's just like mute. It's just looking at it, like you see its hand grasp some of the water and then sniffs it and just flicks it back into the pool.
Ben just kind of gives him a weird look and then turns away so it doesn't look like he's just staring at nothing.
What were you looking
at? Nothing. Just thought I saw something.
I'm just going to ask, and I swear I won't ask this every time, but the downside of having the observant feat. My passive perception's 19. Did I notice the weird look?
I'd say you saw Ven just looking off into the water. You kind of know already that Ven has some sort of history with water, and they're not a big fan of where Finale comes from. So there is you're picking up on the distant looks into it, at least.
Just the downsides of hearing things the character doesn't know when playing a detective. I've got to really note down what I do and don't know.
So what do you guys do? Do you spend some time here, or just a
I guess we wait for Sienna?
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out for... I'm going to be honest, the other Pharaoh sibling.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then, as you are just waiting here, Finale, you hear that wail once again. Just this soft undertone of a whale sound. You almost, as you're kind of putting your feet in the water, you can almost feel the water vibrating to it. No one else seems to recognize or realize that it's happening.
Okay, can I just go towards it? Can I kind of get any kind of impression how far away it is and where it's coming from?
Okay, yeah. It's coming from that guy again. It's coming from the same guy atop those stairs. At this point, you also can hear like whooshing in the air, like as though there is a tide that is shifting back and forth.
Okay.
It's odd. It's very odd. It's like being on the coast, and that can be good or bad. I don't know.
In that case,
good or bad for you.
I'm gonna go up to the guy at the top of the stairs then. That's
sure, yeah.
Apparently a whale.
You begin to walk up the stairs, and you can see a couple of other priests of Moradin begin to walk down. You see a Minotaur figure walking past and kind of giving you a nod as they continue forward. But you kind of stand there and you see this man. It's a human man, again, probably middle aged, in his 60s, 50s or so, cross legs, just floating there in space. He walked past it and did not give a shit. You just see that he is just floating there.
I guess I'll address it with excuse me. Whale? Not a whale? You sound like a whale.
You speak, and there is no expression. His eyes are closed. The tattoos themselves wrapped around the face and across the rest of the body. But you can see they also go down the eyes. His eyes are completely closed. He doesn't seem to be responding. He just seems to be floating there. As you keep asking it questions, someone does kind of walk down the stairs, and a halfling girl, middle age, probably in her 50s or so, looks up towards you. Excuse me, what? Do you know him?
No. Do you know him?
You see, she kind of rolls her eyes. Well, I do and I don't really. I think his name is Herman or something. This guy was left here like 20 years ago, and I don't know, his parents or something didn't pick him back up. He was just left there. I don't know. I have no idea. He's just become part of the furniture.
Does he talk? Does he move? Does he...
He doesn't do anything.
I would say he just sits there. He doesn't
Don't even know if
come
he really
down
breathes,
to have a
everyone.
little bit of mackerel.
No, no, he doesn't eat mackerel. He doesn't eat anything. Yeah, we don't really know what his deal is, but he's our problem. So he's just like the temple, I guess.
How strange. Is he within reach?
Yes.
I want to try and touch him.
Where'd you touch?
Well, assuming he's his ass. I don't know, because what is it? Am I facing like his side, or
He's literally like face to face with you.
oh, he's face
He
to face with me?
is.
Oh, in that
Yeah,
case,
he's
just
floating
his
there,
leg.
looking down at his face.
In that case, just his leg. If he's cross-legged and I can reach his knee or something, just
Yeah, sure. You grab onto the side of it. You hold on. No reaction, but you can feel a vibration inside of him, followed by the just a very soft whale sound.
do I understand sea creatures? I'm just gonna double check that because I have a feeling I
Yeah,
might.
sure.
If anyone else wants to do anything whilst I double check this.
I mean, I'm just Thorn's just watching you, just like, what the fuck is he doing?
You can.
Okay, I can communicate simple ideas with beasts that breathe water. That can breathe water.
Uh-huh,
They can understand the
sure.
meaning of your words, though you have no special ability to understand them in return. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I can't. Okay, so I can't really understand them, but they can understand me. Basically. In that case, I want to say, why can I hear you wail?
You speak, and you kind of just hold on to the leg and are you saying this out loud?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I haven't got any
the
way to.
girl
I
just
haven't
kind
got
of-
any way to transfer thoughts.
The halfling
Is
stood
he
there.
speaking whale?
No, he's just speaking.
We just hear.
I'll do like Dory and I'll do like Dory. Can you?
As this is happening, the halfling girl is looking up at you and just whispers, "Oh, another one." She just walks off. You continue to communicate with this man. Thorn, you're watching this. What is Thorn doing as she watches? You're hearing it as well.
I don't know. She's just like, what the fuck? It's just looking at him like, no idea what's going on, what he's doing. Like, should she stop him? Should she leave him be? How's everybody else feeling about this? Like, the other people, how are they reacting in this temple? Are they looking at him like she just doesn't know what to do?
You just see a few people are just looking up and going, "Oh, another one." But they're just going about their own business. They don't seem to really bother or mind or pay attention.
Okay, I guess I'll do the same thing. Just gonna let him do his thing. It'd be weird.
It's perfectly normal.
Sure. Sure.
Fennel, I'd like you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Why?
God damn it, bro.
What have I
Why?
found? What on earth have I found?
You become the same way.
The curse of the whale strikes again.
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh god.
Fennel, you're holding on, and as you're speaking to it, you just hear this, and as that sound begins to kind of hit your mind, it's like a Dali zoom. Everything just like starts stretching around you, and your vision just becomes a tunnel as you focus and focus, and you're focusing on this man's bald head as he's just staring towards you, eyes closed. And as that zoom becomes closer and closer, you see his complete face, nothing else around. And you see his eyes open up, and they are just complete waves of water crashing against the shoreline. As you are looking at them, you staring closely, and there is a moment where you kind of are almost transfixed. You cannot remove your hand as you're just staring into his eyes. Looking through, there is what can first be described as sea foam smashing against each other like waves, but they almost solidify in areas, and you hear them shatter as though they are like glass, like water that has crashed into becoming almost sheets of ice, and shards of them just go flying out side to side. I want you to roll a perception check or an investigation check.
What's better?
Who the fuck is this guy?
What
Who
the
is this
fuck is
guy?
going on?
What is happening?
Poseidon is my guess.
Poseidon.
Yes.
16.
16. Looking through this moment, the vision gets more and more stretched. Now you no longer see his face. You're looking through one of his eyes. And what you're seeing inside is a reflection of not this place, but somewhere else beyond. You are seeing a plain completely filled with water. You see no land in sight. You see the sky above has waterfalls dripping down into a large ocean that is a tempestuous, constant crashing of waves back and forth. Areas of ice, you see icebergs rising up and smashing into one another, creating these explosions of frost and mist into the air. Staring through them for a moment, you can almost see one of them has a shifting weight to them as though they are being carried on the waves, but this block of ice holds something on top and inside of it. You hear that whale sound again, the ooh, inside of this chamber of ice. It flows past, just continues to move by. at rapid pace due to the current being so strong in this area. Through your perception check, you can see atop this ice there are carvings. This place has been carved by some skilled hand. There are pillars shifted and formed into that of markings, religious texts that seem to be wrapped up and around. There's also this large piece of ice which has been sculpted into that of a temple with large doors and as well lights that illuminate the sides of it, although they are dim. It flies and continues to crash down onto the waves. This block of ice, a temple of something, is just continuing to travel through this current of ocean. And you find yourself pulled back to where you were before. His eyes aren't open, they are closed, but you feel cold on the inside. You will take some damage here. You did fail.
Now I need the spring.
You take 7 points of cold damage
Oh
as
my God.
you feel as though something inside of you, an essence that lays within, a soul, has almost been yanked out, taken to this place, and then put back in. But you still hold that cold air from that region. And you just kind of feel this shudder. For Thorn, you're like watching this half-assed, and you don't see any change in the bald-headed man's complexion or face, but you do see his eyes blink open for a second and then close, but it's like a 2-second open and close. Then you watch as Fennel reels from what's just happened.
Oh, did anyone else see that? There was his eyes opened. Then there were waves. There's icebergs. Water falling from the sky. Thought it was Triton heaven until he got cold.
I'm just gonna walk over, put a hand on his shoulder, be like, "All right, buddy, let's. How about you sit down?"
Did you not see that?
No, I didn't actually.
Okay. Maybe
Just sit down.
maybe I also got hit, and I didn't
Yeah,
see it.
Just sit down. Take a second.
Fennel, if you want to just roll a religion or history check.
Well, they're both pretty bad. 21.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Sure.
The place that you saw was not any ocean that you've seen before. This was a plain of water. Plain of water is an area that is beyond the oceans. Some areas of the ocean, the sea, the lakes can have tunnels into these planar areas, but the water plane is something that is vast, something that is home to many dangers that leak their way into your oceans. The Tritons rather, and some other underwater creatures do protect these portals from any incursions to come into the material plane. And one thing that this was reminiscent of, the iconography, the kind of design of it all, this structure looked as though it was pertaining to some sort of deity, some sort of deity of this world.
But I don't recognize the markings.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look like any of the markings around here, by chance.
No, not at all. They are completely different to the overworld, the land-based philosophies and ideologies that they follow. This was something that is preached to the seas. This is something that people of the water would praise and follow as an ideology.
Right, okay. I guess for now we'll just take it all in, sit by the spring.
Okay. As all of you are just waiting by the springs and healing over time, you do heal 10 points so far. If you do spend another few minutes here, you will heal another 10. But that's if you want to spend some more time in this region. Unless there's anything else you wish to do, we can just skip to when Sienna and Antonio return. So just let me know. Should we just jump there?
Whilst we're waiting,
Sure.
Fennel can Fennel try and write out the markings for that he saw
Yeah,
in
sure.
like his
You can
book,
jump through.
or
Yeah,
just
you
try
just begin to-
and copy them from memory.
You almost begin to grab elements of iconography, like hieroglyphics, in the sense of you don't see words, you just see shapes and forms that are wrapped around these pillars. The ones that kind of stood out to you the most was one was a sect of people who looked like your people. There were gills on display, there were fins as well to their bodies. Other denizens of the underwater space. But you also saw people above land, races represented above as well in that iconography, both seemingly praising a majestic creature that lives both above the water and in the water. The shape of that, what the creature was, you couldn't really see it, but you could see them praising something that has blended between the two spaces.
Okay. Once I've kind of done that, I'll just address the rest of the party. I don't suppose any of you recognise these or have any kind of good religious history. Not you, then. I think it's water related.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I can give it a try, but I don't
Well.
think so.
You're welcome to have a look. Don't worry. It's not water.
Thanks. Do we
Someone's gonna look
recognize
as
him?
well, but honestly, she's probably just gonna be like, okay, he's gone crazy. Something's happened.
What's this about
He's lost
again?
it.
Oh, I saw something, and there was these symbols that I don't recognise. I was just curious.
Do any of us have any idea?
Those of
What
you
did
who
you
want
say?
to can roll a religion check.
Sure, boss.
Okay,
17.
hold on, wait. Where is it? Fuck. Where's the fucking button?
Yep.
Okay.
3 from Ben.
One day I'll roll above a 10,
Yay!
guys.
Cassie's so happy to be burdened by knowledge.
Yay! Love it. Love it.
Thodane, you're looking at this text and you do not recognize it being a part of any of the current deities in the pantheon, both those of the bloodline of the gods and those adjacent to it. This seems to be something perhaps you know and understand that some powerful creatures such as krakens and elements like that people praise just because they are stronger than them. That's how giants were praised at once upon a time ago, because they were larger, stronger, and more threatening. They could do more things for the populace. This seems to be something akin to that. These are people praising something that is of a higher power, but whether it is that of a god or that of a primordial beast, it's really hard to say. But they are definitely praising something, and it seems it could be described as occult, but that's only because of the very primal nature of it all. Harkening back to like thousands and thousands of years, where everything was a bit more barbaric, a bit more brutal in its descriptions and usage of blood magic, for example, to get by.
In that case, I'll just go. It's nothing formal. Doesn't look like it's for any religion I recognise. Kind of reminds me of some old stuff for people who like worship giants and the like. So if there's water involved, maybe a kraken.
Okay.
What's a kraken?
Oh, they
Big
are
squid.
delicious. They
Oh, is
big
it like
big
a food?
creatures. No, they're
Oh.
creature.
No,
They're creature.
It's a monster, to be specific.
Well, there's worse.
Great. Giant monster in water. Great.
What does it look like?
You ever seen a squid?
What's a squid?
Lots of tentacles.
Oh,
That's
And
No, I
about
don't
the
like
size of this
that.
building.
that's kind of gross.
No, they're pretty tasty.
Okay, then.
well. Mhm.
Sure.
We can. You can always. I don't know. Have it served to us if we ever visit your home place.
Oh, if we ever visit together,
Where he lives then.
I will show you around. I'll take you to all the best places.
Above water.
What the best places are below? Well, most of them are above water, but some of them are below water.
Maybe. One day. Very far in the future. Where's
Say
Sienna?
everything's better down where it's wetter under the sea.
Ugh.
Oh, a village has a motto like that. You must have been before.
That's so dumb. Oh my god, where is Sienna?
Please save us.
You have about 20 more minutes of this.
Of just more water puns
More
for the
water
last the next
Wonderful, wonderful, love it.
Eventually, Sienna arrives. You heal another 10 hit points as well. But eventually, Sienna arrives alongside Antonia. You can see they just had a discussion. They don't seem to be like changed in their demeanor at all. You just see they probably just caught up on some events. But Sienna joins the rest of you, and Antonia kind of looks around, and she looks over towards Thordain. You have a very striking resemblance to someone else that I know.
Yeah. I believe that'd be my sister.
Mhm.
At this point, I'm going to take out my badge. And I do need to speak to you about that. Hi, I'm Fodain Neef.
She looks at it, looks at you. Okay, I am Antonia Yarrow, as you already know. And you are an investigator, as I'm already aware of.
Yeah, I'm quite keen to make sure an actual investigation takes place, because from what I've heard, it seemed to be done remarkably quickly.
Yes, well, when certain words are used in the general public, a verdict is reached promptly.
You mean it's better to appear to have done something than to actually do something?
Exactly. I do not believe that Givel would have ever delved into a woken business. That is not her. I know her
Okay.
well enough.
I want to insight check that
Sure.
because I wasn't sure on her. So this is specifically for a lie, so I believe that means I get advantage from my subclass.
Yeah.
23.
23. Okay. You see she's being very forthright. There is no change in her vocal cords. She doesn't seem to be looking around to deviate or to try and change the topic of conversation. She's being very direct. And she's being truthful. She will then kind of spend a moment just looking at your badge. She did speak highly of you. So I hope that she is in safe hands with your investigation works.
Well, it's good to hear. You may be aware that me and her aren't exactly the closest, but when you're a sibling, you understand that certain things you have to lend a hand regardless of personal thoughts.
Well, she looks over towards Sienna. I've not had the closest relationship with my siblings. I was the eldest one, so I left home by the time Sienna was quite young and she came into the fold. So I do not know Sienna too well. But we are related. Not by blood, but by some oath. Whereas you and Kivil, you are blood. And that means that you have an oath to each other. Kivil is different to the rest. And I can understand that there can be egos between the two of you. But she's been here by herself, without a family for years. And she spoke about you and your parents. So I hope that means something.
Well, that's all well and good. I'd rather focus on the actual case, as it were, currently.
Of course. And I would love to help you to the best of my abilities, but I do not have the slightest clue of investigating or finding leads. She was good at what she did. She's clever. She's smart. And she would know what to do with any sort of problem. That is not me. I do not know how to work my way around these sorts of matters. This is outside of my skill set. She was always the smarter one of the two of us. That is why she was going to be next in line for Kothak's second in command.
I'd like to do another insight check, this time for resentment in her voice.
Sure. Roll another insight check.
Yeah, no, 9.
You don't really get much, unfortunately. Just a neutral response. You're not sure where she stands specifically on what she says, but she says it with intent, same as last time.
Yeah. Well, in this case, what I'm after from you isn't your view as someone looking into it. You were a friend. You are a friend. I'd imagine that even if you didn't go into details, you'd sometimes talk about your work. Would I be right in saying that?
She gives a slight half smile. We'll try to avoid it if possible, but on occasion it does come up, yes.
It's just how it goes. Sometimes it's not even talking about it, it's complaining to someone you know would listen. What I'm looking for from you here is, did you mention any names, places, or a date, something that stands out in the lead up to these accusations?
Kivil, as much of an open book as she is, there is and were moments where she would find herself in solitude. She wouldn't necessarily be seen out in public. She liked her own space, her own time. She would spend a lot of time at this tavern. I can't remember what it was called. Something End. Anyway, she would spend some time there, but she'd never mention any names specifically. It was only ever really 3 of us that were discussing and in talks with Korthak. There were moments where I was given a hand by Korthak to study under him. There were several of us that were guided to be the next in line. But the problem is with Trasvelar, you needed public perception. You need to be the role of leader of Trasvilar, guiding it forward, is not one granted by a vote of the higher ups. It is the masses. The people vote as to who they wish to instate leadership into Trasvilar. Korthak has remained there for thousands of years. He has a strong influence, and everyone sees him in high regard. But he is getting older, and he needs someone to replace him eventually when he retires or goes. There were several of us who were lined up for this job role, for this moment to stand up and take his place. I was one of them. Kivol was another. And we had a third with us, Calliope. She was another very brilliant mind, rising up in the ranks. The three of us, we were, not to gloat, prodigies. We were rising high through the several temples, and Kivol was definitely the strongest candidate between us. But in the last few months, before her arrest, she did grow more silent. Her presence was less seen, and when I did see her, she was a little bit unkempt. Her hair was a mess, usually very pristine and kept together. She was tired, not sleeping. There was something on her mind, but I was never able to get it out of her. She was always very focused on herself, and trying not to burden others with her own demons. So I do not know why this led to her current situation. My theory, if I were to give you a theory, is that she was onto something. She was following up something, perhaps relating to the Awoken, and then she just got caught in the middle. I don't know.
Did she ever go outside of Trasvilar for anything that you're aware of?
We'd go on missions, all of us. Sometimes the three of us, sometimes more, sometimes just by ourselves. Pilgrimages to other temples, as well as being an envoy for Trasvilar. We would join Korthak as well to meet these other leaders and council members as well. But nothing that ever caught my attention, at least.
Right. Now, this Calliope, tell me a bit about them.
Well, she is a priest, cleric priest. I do not know the difference nowadays. Priests typically do not have powers granted by gods. Clerics do. Yet she still calls herself a priest. She does know the ways of Ashtar, spellcraft. She is a powerful mage wizard of sorts, using her knowledge in both primal and the arcane. She is not currently here in the city. She is out to the west, in Tuntheir. But she is... I don't think that she would ever do anything of harm.
Were she and Kiv especially close?
Well, the three of us were always the closest. We would go out in our off time, visit, drink, enjoy each other's company, but I do not know of their relation specific.
Do you know where she is currently? She said she's not in Trasvilar.
She is not in Trasvilar. She was heading to the Tricourt. The Tricourt is the leadership of Tuntheir. Tuntheir is a jungle continent, which is home to many ancient civilizations. The Tricourt themselves are derived of three of those nations, and they govern, preach, and maintain the order of their ancient lands. we, on occasion, go over to see the priests there. There are priests of Zahon, the god of tradition and the hunt, but as well, there is one that is a bit more prominent in recent history, and that is Chronorus, a god of time. This god has seen very little in the last thousands of years, but in recent time, they have made their presence more known. If you try to manipulate the elements that keep our line straight, there is punishment. There are spells that can stop time completely. And after 20 years ago, when time stopped for many cities, Chronorus became a very vocal figure, and the priests of the Tricourt made themselves known. They have not been aggressive, but they are also harsh in how they want to maintain order to the timeline, which is a noble act, but one that is a difficult one to maintain since there are so many spellcasters, elements in this world that can be manipulated by higher powers. We ensure that what they do is ethical and that we can help them by any means necessary.
That's all good to know. Now, just one last question, and Calliope there. When did she leave for the Tricourt exactly?
She left about a week and a half ago.
So she was here when Kiv was being sentenced.
Yes. She was not there during the sentencing. The sentencing was fast. It was within a day. I was there with Kothak because I had heard the news from him directly. Calliope was busy on other matters. But I saw your sister, and although I respect the council of all of the gods that represent Trasvelar, there was a moment where I disdained them for the decision that they made. But I am also somewhat thankful that Korthek gave her the opportunity to go back home. I don't know where she is now. I do not know of the order or process of what goes next. But I hope that wherever she's gone to, they give her a fair trial. Here, using words like the Awoken is an instant death. People have been hurt too much by them. And everyone wants their share of the blood.
I can get the sentiment. I just don't care for who it's been pointed at in this case. I have one last question. Do you know who brought forth the evidence or made the accusation?
It was brought to the council. They have not given a name or who or when they received this information. But I assume they received it on the same day. And most likely anonymous.
So there's some likelihood that they received unverified information and then got rid of one of the rising stars of their own city. Or potentially a compromised council. Which do you think is more likely?
See, she lets in a big breath. The only person that I trust is Kothak. Korthak is the guiding star of the council. The council preach what their temples need and want. Korthak is the one that makes the final decision, but the council push him to make these decisions. Otherwise, he compromises himself and the people. The council, they are representing gods. Each god has their own belief. Trasvelar is a very difficult balance. Although we are all people and we should all love each other equally, tradition, religion, and everything makes that much harder. We all have our own beliefs. One of Teller will not have the same eye as one of Moradin or Corallan. It is a fine balancing act, and thus the council members will always have their best interests at heart. Corrupt? I would hope not. But selfish? Completely.
Thank you for your time.
And one question to you, Thordain.
Yeah.
How do you think that you're going to help her?
Getting some proof, first of all, from what you're saying. Not a lot of that to go around, or at least not enough that people are willing to actually stand behind. If I could get that out in front of a less biased court, say, well, I'd say less biased. I mean more biased in not the council's direction. Can maybe actually get this looked into. But to do that, I need evidence. I need something. That's why I'm here and not back in Layrons with Kiv.
She gives a nod, and well, if there's anything I can do, I'm limited in my physical actions, but I have visited many places, and I know many powerful figures. If there's anyone that I can reach out to, anyone that I can help persuade in your way, let me know, and I'll see what I can do.
Keep that
I
in
want to
mind.
see Kibble safe, and I want her to be happy again. I do not want to see her how she was on that day. Never again.
Well, I'll be doing my best. And from what you're saying, Kiv's told you that that's pretty damn good. So I'll be in touch, and I'm gonna close up my notebook and go to everyone else.
Okay. As all of your wounds are healed, Antonio will just speak to the rest of you. Well, seeing as you're all fully healed from your previous fight, I would ask if you could leave some space for the rest of the people. There are still more people outside who are hurt. As much as you are enjoying the waters, they need to be used elsewhere. But again, thank you for what you did.
Thank you
appreciated.
as well. Well, we better head out. I want to
Yeah,
make.
Thorn's. As soon as she says they can leave, she's out.
Or we should probably follow suit, otherwise she'll get lost.
We don't want that happening again. Right, well, thank you again, and hopefully no more weird prison breaks in your future.
Or ours.
Okay, you
Yeah.
both need to stop tempting fate right now.
It's okay. Fate is something that is just something that happens. So,
I'm sure you can understand why I might think it currently has it out for my family right now. So I'll thank them not to tempt it.
she shrugs.
Well, nice meeting you. Bye
You
bye.
too. Good luck.
Thank you. Head out.
hmm
So, what were we doing before this?
We were shopping,
Wasting
That's
time.
true.
wasting time.
What were we gonna get? I think it was. What was the last thing we were gonna go get?
Well, I did get a new notebook for myself, and I believe I'm not the only one who bought books for either notes or drawing.
Oh yeah, me and Sienna got one. And then we wanted to get more wool, I believe, for Sienna.
Yeah, I believe there was going to be some more purchasing in the shops. So is that what you're going to be doing for the next couple of hours? Just continue to walk around Transvalar?
I think that was the last thing we were gonna do.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did
Because-
we, because it's been 3 weeks, like you said, were we going to meet up with Korfak again?
I don't believe so.
No.
I believe that was everything. He did say if you needed anything, if you needed some advice or help, he would be available to it. But I believe the following events were going to be finishing up your shopping, heading back to see the circus, and say goodbye to them as you will be heading off in the morning to go on the ship.
Yeah.
Well, we should get some kind of a gift for the circus for letting us stay.
Oh, me and Sienna kind of already handed out our gifts.
In that case, I will get something for them.
Yeah, I got room and board for services rendered, so. Also, if anything, they owe me for the twins. Just books into the middle distance, remembering that last conversation.
Well, you could always get something for the rest of them and not the twins.
Yeah. Removing the twins' mouths. That'd do it.
Get them something that's too tall for them to use.
That's
Maybe
everything.
like some kind of
I
magical
just give
item.
you a look when you say that, because I'm not much taller than them.
Well, I'm not suggesting you use it.
You're on incredibly thin ice, but I'd imagine you're okay with that.
I do generally
Well-
like the cold.
Maybe you could get them something that would stop the twins from getting into trouble so much, like a magical item.
You know,
Or
I have things that actually matter to look into, and that very much doesn't include the twins.
Well, you could get like, you know, those little tiny bells and then tie them around their legs when they're not looking.
You're aware that would
can
require
tell when
touching
they're-
them, right?
You don't have to be the one to
Oh,
put them on.
that's true.
You could get Dargo to do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that means some ones would still have to, and I'm not that cruel.
Or you
We
might
could
be able to
just-
trick them into put it on each other.
We could just
Maybe
remove
we tell them it's magical bells that give them money every time they walk around. And then they put it on, and then they can't take it off ever again.
You know, I have only so much space in my brain for precious memories, and I'd really rather devote them to something useful.
Oh, you're no fun, Thordane.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to, prove my sister's innocence. Kind of got something actually important here.
Alright. Well, anyone else want to get those?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Is there a magic shop stuff?
There is a magic shop, yes. You begin to look around, and the area in which the magic shop is found is in Corallin's district. Corallin is known as being the god of magic and the arts. Here, you come across a very interesting looking shop. It's called the Alchemist Shop. It's an alchemist shop at the top, but then underneath it just says blends and balms. So you assume that is the name that they go with. You can already smell that there is a very hefty waft of air inside. And next to it, there is another shop. And you see it's called Eye of the Magi. This one seems to hold several scrolls on the windowsills. Looking out, you can see they're all bound together. You can see they have titles such as "Can heal any remedy." If your neighbor's really pissing you off, use this. Just like so many different signs pointing to these scrolls. Big letter advertising, just really trying to push the sell of these magical scrolls. So there are these two shops here. Now, whether one has magic items specifically, you're not too sure, but you can always check.
Which one seems better to you guys? Lauren, what do you think? You are muted, Cassie, by the way.
What? I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. I was dealing with other stuff. What? What was the question?
Ben was asking which one store do you think is better?
It was the alchemist shop or the
scroll shop.
get rid of your neighbor shop. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
If one just looks between two, then it's probably the one that gets rid of your neighbor. I don't know.
What do you think, Vanel?
I think so too. I don't think scrolls are what we're looking for.
Alright, well, we'll go into the alchemist place then first.
Okay. You head through, and you can see that the interior of it is very dimly lit. There are small enclosed candles that are just illuminating the interior. All very old wood that is just used for everything. Bookshelves, little awnings that hold several of these pots and different elements for spell crafting and creating concoctions. There is a menagerie of glowing potions that are just seen, and it's almost like a bright rainbow as you walk in, just all of these shining lights, very dazzling in look, and some of them are having different things floating inside. Now, as soon as you enter, you can see kind of staring towards you, a hunched over, large-chested Goliath man. He is hulking. And when I say hulking, roided out. This guy is muscle on muscle. You can see the veins poking out on the side of his neck. You can see his muscles are so big that his arms don't seem to like reach downwards. He's just constantly in this like T pose almost, as he's just holding his muscles together in that space. As soon as you walk in, he sees you. Hey! Hi!
Hello?
Hey!
Oh, jeez.
We're looking for so we have two kids that can be very mischievous. And we're looking for something that could alert us to what they're doing or stop them from causing mischief. Do you have something like that?
Yeah, I do. You see, kind of like begins to walk around.
Like, okay.
He's like, you see one eye slightly bulged, the other one's a bit more sunken into his socket. Look, I've got all sorts of things. Now, you want to track him down? You want to kill him?
No, we
No.
don't want to kill them.
Do you have things like that though?
Yeah.
Why
Thorn.
does Nicolas Cage own an alchemist shop?
You see, he begins to kind of like step around the counter. The counter's quite small, and you can see on the opposite side of the counter where there's a little walkway for him to walk out. There is an element of the shelving that is slightly, almost like carved out, like hole in the wall style. So he can actually like step forward and through.
In his shape.
To get his shape through the hole, yeah. You see, he kind of like looks over. He's about 8'1.5", so he's quite tall, and again, just muscle on muscle. He just looks down towards you. Well, look, I've got things that make them stink. I got things that allow the other person to see them.
all the time. So you tell me what you're looking for, and I'll get it for you.
When you say stink, what does that like precisely mean? Like they constantly stink?
Oh yeah. They're gonna smell for days and days and days, and you're gonna follow that stench.
Okay, well, I don't think we want
Yeah,
that.
they already do that.
Yeah, they already. And what about the other one? About seeing them all the time?
Oh yeah, that one's a good one.
You see, he kind of like walks over, reaches up to one of the vials. He grabs it. I'm gonna have to roll for him.
Jesus.
Okay. The bottle snaps in his hand and he cracks the glass.
Oh, fuck.
The liquid just splashes onto the ground, and the vial he just breaks in his hand.
Oh, not again. Oh, shit. Okay, can't do that one. I've got another one that you might be interested in. Turns their skin to paint, and they leave a trail wherever they go.
Oh,
So are they oozing
like
paint?
permanently?
Yeah, comes straight out their pores. Every orifice. You should see it.
Is that
Okay.
something we
I kind
should
of want to
get
see it.
for them?
I kind of want to see it.
No, I wanna see it. That'd be funny.
But would
They
it
come in different
interfere
colours,
with
too.
the performance?
I think it might enhance the performance. How long does it last?
Hmm.
Well, it can last indefinitely if you want.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
well, how much is it first?
You see, he kind of like looks at it for a second.
Body modifications aren't really that expensive. But this one, if you want it indefinitely, put you back 200 gold.
Ben looks towards Vanilla. How much do you guys have on hand?
I'm broke.
No, you know, everyone got 200 gold.
Shush. You're not here.
Well, could do that. Don't suppose
You
there's.
wanna...
Don't suppose there's any way to reduce that 200.
Oh, you drive a hard bargain, friend.
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Persuasion.
I believe not 20. Watch now.
You jinxed it.
23.
Oh.
Close.
It's high.
He looks at you.
Normally, I'd go and do the thing myself. But if you want to do it, I would use the cost. 125 gold.
Okay.
Sounds
Do you
like a
want to
good deal
split
to
that?
me.
then?
Yeah, sounds like a good deal to me.
All right, all right. What colors am I getting?
Red.
Shit brown.
I've
Pink.
got white.
You're
I've
not
got
here.
brown. I've got
I came
green.
in.
I've got all the colors in the rainbow and more.
I think it should be all of them.
All of them.
It would just be brown then.
No, it'll be like it'll be a bit of red, then a bit of green, then a bit of blue, then a bit of brown, then a bit of red, then a bit of blue.
Mate,
Can you
weird
do
question. You got polka dot?
You're not here.
I came in.
Okay.
Polka dot. You want it to be in places specifically?
Is that gonna be more expensive?
No, you just gotta inject it in the right places.
Injected.
Okay, no thank you. We're just gonna grab the one color. What's the color of the circus? Is it red?
They had like a fancy
red.
purple for their fancy costumes.
Oh, true.
The
Well,
the
we can
twins
do
don't
purple
deserve
then.
fancy.
I like purple. Also, if we do red, then people might think it's blood. And it might
Fair.
cause.
Yeah, that'll be funny.
I mean, if you wanted to match the
No.
twins, bright orange has been known to instill violent anger.
That's true.
Okay, I guess orange can do.
And you want 2 of orange? Or do you
Yes.
want to have 2 different colors?
Oh, should we do that to differentiate them?
Orange and
Let's
green.
do orange
Oh,
and purple.
Yeah, 2 different colours.
All right, orange and purple it is.
You see he kind of like goes, picks up 2 vials. I'll roll for him again. Okay. This time he picks them off the shelf, holds them very carefully in his arms as he walks behind the bar. You see he places them onto the table, and then he pulls out this large needle and just begins to roll it on top of one of the vials. The needle itself is probably about that big.
Wide.
And he-
That's wide.
That's wide. No. He shoves it forward towards you.
There you go. Have fun.
I was
Great.
gonna take it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, if you're looking to get a bit more muscle, you can always ask me.
Okay.
What would you do to get more muscle?
Body modifications, man.
He does.
All right, I think
He
it's
does
time we
cigarettes.
leave. Here's
Yep,
the payment. Ah.
Hey, look, you want to be strong, you gotta put stuff in you, man.
How do we split this for now?
I'll do 65, you do 60.
Okay, thank you. Ben's just like counting on his fingers. One. Just
You can see like the guy is like getting a bit of a twitchy eye now as he's like waiting for the gold.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, yeah.
This guy has just like juiced himself up.
Yeah.
We
Steroids,
can
definitely
tell.
steroids.
Fuck.
okay. I calculated mine.
You hand over the gold, place it in his hand. His hand's massive. He holds it. See, he looks at the gold for a second.
All right. Good.
He crunches it. You hear all of the metal just begin to bend slightly, and then he just plonks it on the table, and it's just this one large gold nugget. And he just smiles and puts it into this large bin behind the counter.
Pleasure making business with you.
And you enjoy your lump of gold.
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah, so I need to buy some food. Max, I assume that considering I got forgery kit and I've got a blackmail folder, I know how to make like invisible ink.
Yeah, sure.
Can I just buy the ingredients for that from him?
Yeah. He's got all of the ingredients you need. He'll just kind of sell it to you.
Ah, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to hide your words. You're a little word boy, aren't you?
Yeah, how about you don't ask questions and I don't have to ask any of mine, and I'm just gonna, as I'm handing over the gold, I'm gonna mag licenses out as well.
Is that supposed to scare me, boy?
It's more meant to make you stop, because I don't think either of us want to go down that path. Me for peace of mind, you for the ability to continue putting whatever you put in you.
Hey, it's all legal, man. It's all legal.
Yeah, let's not test that. Just give me the stuff.
You look like you need something to grow, boy. What are you, 12?
I'm a dwarf, mate, so that's teensy bit racist.
You're a dwarf. I've seen shit higher than you.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Thank you so much, sir. We will be taking our leave now.
How much do I owe him for the ingredients?
8 gold pieces.
Oh, sweet, that actually puts me onto a round figure.
You're looking at. Okay. You head out of the shop, hopefully to never return again.
Hopefully.
I don't know, Max. Did you not enjoy that one?
My voice is fucked. All right. What's next?
I guess we go back to circus. Unless anyone wants to do something else.
I need to find Corfac. I also need to do a sending because you mentioned that we can pay to send those out.
Yep. There's a sending shack. You can send 20 words, essentially, and it's 25 gold pieces every time.
Wrote it out last session. Give me a moment. And I'm sending this to Kiv, and this is also to check that she's alive.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey Kiv, just checking in. Met your old boss. Sends his best. Heading to Leyront soon. Swing by my office.
You send out the message, and you get the sense that it was received. You see there is a guy behind the shack. Think of it as like almost like an open shack. It's got a round base to it, and there are several people walking over and just talking to this fire ganassi, who seems to be kind of liaisoning and creating all of these spells. You have a pen and paper to write down. You write the message, you send it off. You see that the magical energy basically lifts the letters off, and they just fly into the air. You see he kind of like gives a thumbs up. Well done. It's been sent, so we're just gonna have to wait and see if there's a response that comes through. So hopefully it comes soon. But you're free to leave. It'll enter your mind, so please.
Much appreciated. Thanks, man.
You kind of head back, go about your business, and you receive a message back. Apologies, but your sister has been arrested, Thurenif. Messages cannot be sent from her person. But if you wish to discuss certain properties of this business, then please, I'll be gladly meeting you at your office.
Long shot, did I recognize the voice?
No, this is not someone you've known before.
I like to make my way to wherever Corfac would most likely be. I assume he's got an office.
Mm-hmm. So in the central spire of Trasvala, there is essentially a mountain. The mountain itself at the very top is plateaued, flattened, and there are several buildings there. There is a temple to Bahamut, and there is a council meeting hall, as well as several other buildings around that space, the barracks included. But here, you know that Corfac usually finds himself between the barracks or the temples or the council halls. So you head up. There's no need for any sort of permission to be up that high. People walk back and forth freely. And as you do arrive at the top, you do see Corfac walking back and forth between one space. He sees you, and alongside one star that stands to his right, he just kind of gives his hand, ushers him away, and walks over to you. Thurenif, how can I help you?
So I just spoke to Antonia. Turns out one of the people I'm traveling with is their sister. Small world.
Indeed.
And, well, she seems on the up and up and shares some of our opinions. Now, I was hoping for a bit more information on you. Now, I want to get this one out of the way, as it's more I have to ask. Kiv mentioned someone else, a Calliope Deshab. Did they get along?
I don't see why not. They both worked in similar circles.
Yeah, that's
Although
exactly
there could have
right.
been some sort of animosity, since they were to be a successor of mine. If they would have shown it, or at least demonstrated some sort of ill will to one another, that would mean that their chances would have been nullified. So, I've not seen any sort of discourse, if you are of the mind that she is somewhat affiliated with this.
It's just things seem to be, from what Antonio was saying, Calliope seemed to be the next pick, is the impression I got. And the fact that they weren't there for the sentencing and they're not here now, it's either coincidence or connection.
If you look hard enough at anything, Thordain, there is a connection. There are always connections. There's a connection between you and I, although that wouldn't have been apparent unless certain things fell into place. Now, Calliope, your sister, and Antonio, they were all successors of mine, correct? But there were others as well. They were not only the 3 that were in competition, there were 5 others. I had 8 lined up, one by one. They showed their true colors, or the intentions were not really there. You need to have a heart in it. You need to be of pure will and good intent. Not many of them demonstrated this, and unfortunately they were out of the running. But I've been looking for a successor for the last 50 years. This is dating back a long time. They've always come in and out. But those 3 specifically, they showed great promise. But now I'm not even confident that I can choose one anymore.
Wondering if that was the point of this then.
Perhaps.
Because, as well known as you are, as well regarded, you're also a known element. So a lot of people benefit from you staying in place. But then again, just discord could be the goal as well. But that was more... I needed to ask, as far as Calliope is concerned, and I'm going to be trying to find them myself. But this is the real question. Who brought forth the evidence?
You see, he doesn't know. I do not know who brought the evidence forward. I believe it was one of the high priests of Trasvala. I believe it was brought to their attention.
Who brought it before the council? Or did a councillor call the meeting to order?
Well, there are several council members, all leading representatives of different deities. The one who brought it all forward was Dursk Littlefinger, a priest of Avandra.
Avandra was that?
Yes, Avandra.
Right. Long shot. I know my blackmail father's largely linked to Leyrons, but anybody that I have something on having a link to Dursk, basically what I see if they can get some kind of leverage.
Avandra's ties do not go too closely to Leyrons. They are not widely preached due to the more tricksy nature of them. Avandra is a god of luck, but also trickery. They try to avoid main cities and capitals altogether, mainly finding themselves in small pockets of towns. In terms of Leyrons, you've not had any running ins with Avandra priests or Dursk's ties, at least.
Okay. And that makes sense. Have I ever heard the name, like, before, or is it a case of because I've spent so much time in cities, it's not come up.
I think you probably would have heard the name at some point, similar to how you've heard of Korthak, just through announcements, referrals, but nothing that stands out as note.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of knowing the MP from 5 towns over. You know it, but you don't know
You
it.
know,
Know it.
you don't know the details of them.
Okay. And may I ask, is he still in town?
No, he is not. The council members have all parted ways until a few months from now. There is a meeting planned, but as of now, they're all going about their own business.
Right. You know where he is?
Well, it is possible that he is traveling between the temples. One of the temples is located in Tunthir, but apart from that, I'm not too sure.
If he's the one who called the meeting together in the first place, then stands to a reason. He's got the most likely idea where the information came from. Assuming he didn't.
He was leading the conversation, so that would be a good lead, yes.
Now, I'm sure I don't really need to state it to you, but I'm going to for my own peace of mind. If he's the source, then that's a problem.
As you
Because
said, Fodain, people can be set in their ways. It is possible that he does not want to see change, and that he did cause this. But these are all he says, she says. There's no evidence of it. No one can really understand someone's mind, truly. There are ways of looking and reading between the lines.
And that's all well and good, but I can't afford to dismiss any suspects at this time because there's a lack of information. Right now, the only people that I believe aren't involved are Kiv, yourself, and Antonia.
A very small list.
Yeah. And unfortunately, everyone else involved, on account of the star-studded nature of that group, stands to gain in some way or another. Even you and Antonia stand to gain, but it could be somebody who's overzealous in their support of either of you. So yeah, you're right. I don't have much to go on. I do have to be suspicious of just about everyone right now. But I can't afford not to be.
He nods. And with a drive like that, this is why I believe that you will find a way to get your sister out. Because you understand how the game works. I do not.
Yeah, game's the right word. Too many people involved treat it as such. And I'm worried that one of them got cocky and is using my sister as a game piece. Best case scenario, this is somebody with political ambition who crossed some lines. Worst case scenario, and frankly, based on what Kiv's how she was acting in the lead up to this, something's brewing. And I don't need to tell you that 20 years isn't enough time for everything to rebuild, so we're still vulnerable.
As you say that, you see his chest kind of puff up for a minute, and he exhales this puff of steam. I hate politics.
I don't know why I made my bed there. Then again, they pay for it. Look, as it stands, I know how to work the system to a degree. I've got people I can pressure. But that's largely localized to Layrons, so it may be that I might need some invitations to go where I'm needed. I'm mentioning this as whether you like it or not, you have access to a lot of the people who issue those invitations. I've got other thoughts in mind. I don't want to take advantage of your trust. But Kiv trusts you. And because of that, I'm going to be forthright. May need your assistance in getting to people that need to be spoken to. For that assistance, I can promise to keep you up to date with the investigation. And I'll give you direction, as in you can set the line. Because I'm a bit too close to see where that should be, I'll be honest. Essentially, what I'm saying is I'm at your disposal. But this goes two ways.
He gets down to one knee and looks you in the eyes.
I get on tippy toes, so I'm looking him in the eyes.
He puts out a hand to you to shake your hand. A deal will be made. And you have my assurance and all of my powers that I can bestow upon you.
Much appreciated, sir. Now, I promise that I won't be taking advantage of that, and I'll try and use you sparingly. For some of this, it'll look better and will make things easier if it appears you aren't connected. Politics and doublespeak. It is... Somehow it's even worse than lawyers.
He nods. The system is something that needs to be changed. But that was something that I was hoping my successor would be able to do. Well, Thodane, you have my contact. You know how to reach me. And if you need invites, if you need to speak to the right people, I can get you those people. Be it through political means or through my means.
It's much appreciated. And if in the meantime there's anything I can do for you, let me know.
Get your sister. And he heads off.
Yeah. I will make my way back to the circus.
Okay, so at the circus, the rest of you have gathered your supplies, the little shopping that you've been doing. The evening is starting to settle in slightly. All of the performers there, all of the mischievous marauding martets are present. They are all preparing a large meal before they start the actual show. You arrive, they can greet you, you see all the rest of them. Final wave of affection.
Max, your microphone is cutting out a bit.
Is it? Okay.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
I don't really know how to
Oh,
fix
it's back to normal.
it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
You find yourselves in the carnival. It's all ready. It's ready to go. The circus is beginning to prepare their full meal, and you can see everyone is there present. Dargar is sat at the table waiting for the meal to be finished by Rory, whilst everyone else is doing their own business. But you arrive, so I leave it in your hands on what you want to do.
Is the food already finished?
Hey, yeah, it's being finished up now.
Oh, Okay. Ben said he was gonna help out. Well,
Mhm.
guess that's he'll help set up the tables if anything.
As you arrive, you see Rory just kind of look around. Uh, um, then I have an issue. I was trying to make a cake, but it didn't work. So I will need you to make it for me if you can. I could not get the recipe on the finite. I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
Okay. I'll see what we can do. I'll see what we can do. Just show me what's going on with the cake. What are we working with?
I found an ingredient at the market, and I think that it was not actually an ingredient. Um, Hunter was able to subdue it momentarily, so I will need something else to be made.
What?
Subdue it?
What?
What did you get?
At this point, he leads you to where it is, and you see this massive looking white cake that has several bits of pseudopod growing out of it, and it's just kind of like flicking around. You see Hunter just stood at the side, casting some spells at it, jumping to the other side. He's created this like cake monster, it seems, this oozy creature. As it's there, just kind of roaring away, large mouth. You just see Hunter continue to throw fire at it. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to cook this thing, or what is this? Underbaked? What the fuck am I doing? As he's just continuing to dodge the attacks. Rory just he just doesn't know what to do.
What did you do?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I got this substance. They said that there was an extra ingredient that I could put into it, and it just made that.
Damn, would I have any knowledge on how to fucking save this cake?
You watch as you arrive, begin to like look around at what to do. You see one of these kind of like frosted sprinkle arms of this pseudopod creature wrap around Hunter and just goes om nom and just
Oh no! Fuck!
you just hear the scream of Hunter go "Ah!" as he's just now inside of this massive cake.
Oh no!
Hunter, shit. I'm going to get Hank. And he begins to
Ben's gonna try to cast chromatic orb at it. What the frick is
Okay, sure.
going on?
roll to attack.
What
I
the
will.
fuck?
What
How bad?
fuck?
What the fuck? What is this?
Oh, whoops! There we go.
Oh my
Total
god.
20. Let's fucking go.
What elemental type are you using? What damage type?
Was the fire working that Hunter was casting?
Seemed to be, yeah.
Then fire, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Fuck me.
So roll for damage.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. 27. Of course it
27.
works on the fucking cake, bro. Like,
Are you also using the item that you have? Because if you're using fire damage, you can bonus action.
oh, that's true. But it isn't that I can redirect it to another.
No, you can use it on the same person as well.
Ah, okay, sure, yeah. I thought I needed to attune to it first.
That'd be +2 damage
Yippee.
because it's your proficiency modifier, I believe, or is it your spell casting?
I need to check. Hold on. Equal to your spellcasting ability, so
+5.
+5, yeah.
So yeah, you had 30 HP. So you just
Oh my god.
throw this ball of fire that is empowered by this gift that was handed to you by him, by Hunter, and you watch as the flames just begin to impact around, hit the cake, and you see this frosted cake that is quite oozy. It looks to be almost dripping from the sides. You almost cook it completely. The fire wraps around like a warm oven. And you see as the cake is just there melting away. Nom nom. As he's beginning to brown and get darker in color. You see one of the pseudopods sniffs his hand. Mmm, nom nom, good. And you watch as his entire body, this creature, just almost solidify into a large birthday cake of sorts. You see that the creature itself is no longer like moving, and as it stands still, you watch as Hunter begins to climb out of the mouth. He's covered
Okay, help him.
like
Pull him
frost,
out.
frosted sprinkles.
Like dusting off the sprinkles and the creamer with the
He's
fleck.
completely white head to toe, and he's just looking to you as you wipe away the bits from his eyes. I never thought I'd ever be eaten by a cake before. Okay, this is going in the book.
This is going in the book.
That usually is goes the other way around, I think.
Well, thanks for saving my life.
Your bracelet helped.
Oh, I'm glad it did something.
Yeah, today's a weird day.
Today is a weird day. Are all days like this?
I don't know. We got attacked in the street.
Are you
So that
alright?
was something. Yeah, I'm good. We healed up in the one of the temples.
Okay.
Kinda, you know.
You sure you're alright? No, nothing wrong?
Well, I think I'm fine. It was mostly, the fact that those same guys that attacked us are going on the same airship as us. So,
Oh yeah, you guys are leaving.
yeah. Tomorrow.
Okay, well that sucks.
I'm sure we'll see each other again.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Alright,
Does he look okay other than
you see he's still a bit like, he's getting a bit cold now because the frosting is like, you see him shivering. Ugh, I need to get
Okay.
this stuff off me.
Yeah, you go get changed. Jeez, I'll try to fix up this cake, I think.
He begins to scrape some off. Tastes good though. I'm gonna get changed. You
Yeah.
prepare the rest of the cake, and you don't sense that there's any more sentience to this cake. The cake is now fine and edible.
Good to know. Does it taste good?
You kind of like try a bit. Yeah, it tastes really good. There is like an added, almost like undertone of chili flakes in it that you don't expect, and it's probably from the fire spell that you cast, imbued into the actual frosting. But it gives it a nice kind of lasting flavor. As you're like testing it and beginning to make it look a bit more presentable, you hear Rory roll into the space, as well as the heavy footfalls of Hank. Where is it? As he has this large mallet in his hand.
Oh, I got it covered.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was ready to smash it.
Sorry. I kind
Oh,
of burned it.
Oh, looks good. Smells good too.
Wait for after dinner.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can I not just have a small bite?
Small one.
Thanks. He walks over and he looks at it for a moment, picks out this tiny little crumb.
Oh.
It's good.
Just don't buy whatever that was again, please.
I do not know. I know I should not be buying ingredients from people down the alleyways. I know. Okay, I've done it before, and it was a bad idea. But I thought it was going to be an interesting evening. Plus, you guys are leaving tomorrow, so I wanted to find something a bit more special. Never mind.
Oh, speaking of which, we got you guys something. I guess we should also give it to Daga, but I look around to see if the twins are anywhere nearby before I say anything.
No, they're not. They're not nearby.
So basically, if you give this to them, they will indefinitely be leaving trails of paint behind them. So if they're up to any mischief, you'll know where they went, or if it was them.
You hand over what is essentially this massive needle, and Hank grabs it. What am I? Where's this supposed to go?
See, that's a good question. Is there instructions? Did he give us
No.
instructions on how to use?
No, I think
I'm
you just had to
assuming you
inject it.
poke them a little, or inject it. Yeah.
Okay. I can do that. Not gonna kill them, is it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it shouldn't.
Shame. That's a shame.
That's a shame.
Oh,
I love this guy.
well, I don't know what the long-term effects of paint oozing out of you are, but
Well, let's be honest. We don't really care. More
jeez.
home! As he begins to shout out their names. I have a gift for you. As soon as the words gift are echoed out, the rest of you just around the circus see the two twins beginning to rush over towards the sounds of the bounding half-orc, half-ogre. And he just picks the two of them up in one swoop. Whoa, it's your lucky day. And he just begins to take them with him. Hank, what are you going to do with the... Where's that going to go? Where's it going? Well, that'd be nice, and it might not go up your ass. Okay. You see the other one actually looks quite
Alright.
pleased.
No, goddammit.
Stop there. It's gross. I can... Nope.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The twins are taken away for the time being. What else would you guys like to do?
Oh, go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna say Thorn's probably just sitting by her and Sienna's little caravan thing, and she's just looking through the book. She bought some flowers and she tried pressing them, and she's trying to write notes about them, but it is very like holding the pencil like with your full fist and writing. She's trying to be gentle with it, but she's tearing a few pages. And she's just trying to write notes about them.
I feel like the notes are just, this one is blue. Dot. This one is
Absolutely.
red.
That is
like
absolutely-
blood.
This one smells like shit.
It's absolutely those kind of notes.
Sienna will help you. She'll just kind of like help you get more finesse with your handwriting. Just do a dexterity check for me.
Oh no. Okay. Dexterity. Alright.
Okay.
12.
You try, and there's moments where you can start getting some pattern to it. Every time you write, it's almost like a new handwriting is coming through. There's no real repetitive mark that you leave behind, but you slowly begin to find your own set of calligraphy of how you write. But it takes time.
Yeah.
Anything else for anyone else?
Do I ever see Hunter read his little notebook?
He does on occasion. If something's brought up or something's discussed that seems to be of knowledge that everyone knows, you do see him on occasion pull out the book from the holster, and he'll just kind of have his shoulder against the wall or something and begin to flick through the pages to see if he can find something.
Does he ever seem to read what I wrote him?
Today, it doesn't look like he's really checked his book. You're not too sure.
Okay. Well, Len's not gonna bring it up if Hunter doesn't bring it up.
Then, as the evening continues, you have your meal with the mischievous marauding Martets. Dargar at the head of the table next to Celista. You see he kind of stands up and holds his large goblet out. Well, I wanted to give a small toast. We have had the pleasure of several guests with us during this small part of our journey. They have joined us in a time where we were a little bit lost. Each one of us found something with these people. And I'm talking about Ven, Fennel, Sienna, Thorn, and Thodane. The 5 of you have brought something unique to this troop. We're all different people before you arrived. We're all different. But I feel that from your presence alone, we have grown. Both emotionally, but also inside. You have helped show us what it is like to gain new friends, new family. We as a circus, we pride ourselves on it. But these last few years, it's been slow. I myself have lost my own way. But with you, I have found this new calling inside to help brighten the faces of many. I wish all of you safe travels on where you go next. And it has been my honor to host you during your stay here. Also, as a side note, when I do these speeches, the next time at least, I hope that you find a name to associate all yourselves with, because it is a bit hard going by your individual names every time. A group name would be nice. But until then, I will just celebrate each one of you individually. So, for good health and good journey onwards. And he begins to toast. Everyone else raises their glass. And unless there's anything else to be shared, you complete the evening and watch them as they perform.
Are the twins covered in paint?
You watch as the speech finishes. Hank is stepping forward first, and you see he's got a big smile on his face. Sits down at the place where he has a large pile of food built up for him. And then behind him, you hear just these sloshing sounds as walking behind Hank. You think this is funny, eh? You think this is all funny, eh?
I find it pretty amusing.
As one of them is not dripping paint, but their skin has completely changed to purple. The other one completely... Was it brown? What was the other?
Orange, bright orange.
So one of them looks like a fucking
Highlighter.
But you see, as their skin has completely changed color, they seem to drip some liquid from their fingers that leaves a trail behind. It slightly glows in the dark as well. And you see they slightly put their hands up. Well done. Well done, all of you. Why?
Thank you.
Why did you fucking do this to us?
We should have got you one.
You scared me out of my wits yesterday.
You
What do
fucking
you
deserved
mean,
it.
why?
You deserved it. We don't deserve this.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
You do a little bit.
Do you want to say that in front of Thodane?
I've got a tragic tale for you. If you are wise, you'll listen to me.
For fuck's sake.
You see the two of them just begin to like hold their heads in shame. But you know what? Joke's on you. Because we actually like it.
Yeah, but now you won't be able to
Inside
get away
check.
with anything.
Well, in that case, you are very welcome.
You know what? This has made the change in our lives that we needed. No longer will we be hiding in the shadows because we
Inside
can't.
check immediately. Inside check immediately. I don't believe it. I don't believe any of that. Nuh-uh.
22. You get the sense that he's kind of like playing it up a little bit.
Yep.
He's probably going to still steal something. He's probably still going to do something, but he's honest when he's saying it's not going to be his goal anymore. That been there, done that. You know what we can do now? We're going to be the first graffiti artist.
Oh god.
Me and him.
Oh god.
We are going to paint the town not red, but purple and orange, and make this strange shit color. And everyone would know it's us, even you. So guess what? You try to get rid of us, but we're here longer than you actually think now. I've already painted your caravan, Dargar. Gives a middle finger.
Oh god.
I don't care what's inside anymore.
So instead of Banksy, it's Wanksy.
I'm actually gonna pass out.
Oh god.
But will you still have us in the circus, though? You see, they just kind of like shrug. Dargar speaks up. Mork, Gorm, you can do whatever your little hearts want to. But you have crossed many paths here. You've toed the line too many times, and this is your final warning. Mess up, and you will no longer be welcome. Well, little boss man says, whatever goes, you know. All right, then, look, we will be namaste, no more ever sort of messing around with your shit. We will be paragons of law and order, but we will still be painting a load of
Inside check.
But none of it will come back to the circus, I swear. Okay? Hunter shrugs. But you leave a trail behind. It's going to come back to the circus. How can we ensure that this is going to work? Fucking hell, Hunter. Why'd you still have to have a memory? Fuck.
Hey! That's not nice.
Oh my god.
At this point, you see Celesta stand up, walk over to the two of them. Well, I'll be honest. I think that the two of you should just...
And Max.
Your time here is done. The two of them look up at her. It was fun while it lasted. But I think you deserve to be in the wild with the rest of the beasts. It's quite fucking hurtful, Celeste, honestly, but look, your opinion. You know what, Mork? Yeah. This isn't working for us. We're gonna go on a sabbatical. So you know what? See you later, guys. See you later.
Was there
Maybe into-
uproarious cheers from the tables?
Yeah. You just hear, woo! Their steps just leave behind a trail of glowing in the dark orange and purple, and their tears follow suit as they
Make watercolor paint as they leave.
Yeah. Just a trail of sadness. Oh. Well, honestly,
I'll be the first to say it. Thank fuck they're gone.
Oh, jeez. I thought we would just, solve the problem of them doing mischief, but this
They did something
escalated.
much better.
Yep.
Rory nods. This is much better.
Well, I just hope they don't actually get into too much trouble.
And if they will, we will not be there to fix it up for them.
Guess they gotta learn the hard way.
Exactly. At this point, you see Hunter writing in his book. Mork, Corm, they are now purple and orange. With that, celebrations continue with full swing, and the evening comes to an end. They finish their meals. The circus begin to head off to their performance. Do you guys watch? Do you stay to watch the circus play? Do their thing?
Yeah, I'll stay.
Yep.
Thorn's
Okay.
gonna watch a little bit of it, mainly Gildana's part, and then she'll leave.
Okay. All right. So you watch some of the show. Again, another uproarious display, slightly different than the last one. Each one having its own nuances and changing parts here and there. But the show goes off without a hitch, and the evening sets into the night as it is around 10 o'clock in the evening, and everyone begins to quiet down. You have people approach you throughout the night and say their goodbyes in case they don't see you in the morning. Embrace, hug, everything in between. And they begin to settle down for the evening, as do you. For Ven, you
Mhm.
hear Hunter approach.
Hey, nice performance as usual.
Thanks. I'll take your word for it.
Oh, come on. Have a little confidence in yourself.
Oh, I have. I'm just playing it up. I'm just being coy. It's coming up to that time soon.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say goodbye, I guess. I don't know what to call it.
Well, I am leaving tomorrow, so
Yeah. So, I don't know what to say then. I don't really have experience in anything. So, I'm not really sure what words to use and how to say them.
that's okay. And Ven's gonna hold his hand slightly and give him a kiss on the cheek.
He takes it, and that was nice. Can I kiss you?
Sure.
He gives you a kiss.
And kisses him back and just holds him for a little bit.
This is nice.
It is. You're
Bit
nice.
different. Oh, shit. Making me go red. Oh,
I
no,
don't
that's
meet
cool.
many nice people.
I don't meet many people like you, Ven, so I appreciate you.
I
Thank you for
appreciate it.
making all of this so much easier than it could have been. I don't know how or what's going to happen next with me, but there is a part of me that wants to repeat what happened last night. It was nice, and it won't be fair on you. It's a very selfish thing for me to say. But I'm just going to ask it anyway. I would like to wake up next to you, if that's all right.
That's okay.
I just think it helps having someone like you there by my side.
I'd gladly do that.
All right, well, do you want me to go to your room or my room or?
Which one's bigger, I guess?
Well, I've only got a single cot, so we could just go somewhere else, I guess.
We could go to the same tavern if you want. Not
We haven't-
the one with dead people.
Oh, thank God. I did not want to be in a coffin all night. I'll be honest.
No, me neither.
I think waking up without memory and in a coffin would not be the smartest beginning of a new life. So let's go to the tavern.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let's go. And I did leave a little gift for you in your book. I hope you don't mind.
He holds the journal for a moment. I almost forgot of using it. Today's been so nice that I never really needed it, so I'll be sure to check it out. Thank you.
Of course. Well, let's head out before this gets too, you know.
Yeah! Let's go. Two of you head off. Anyone else?
That was
Any
so fucking
interactions?
cute. That was so cute. Oh my god.
Wait till he wakes up, motherfuckers.
Does anyone else go with them? Or
No.
is it just-
Well, it sounds like you guys just snuck off.
Yeah.
Did we sneak off?
That's up to you.
I don't think Ben would try to be like very secretive about it unless Hunter is.
No, he's not either. He doesn't care.
No, it just sounded
walk
like
away. What did you want to say? Sorry, Frank.
I think it depends whether you guys just wanted the evening just to yourselves or.
Yeah.
I am fine with either. I'm sure Celesta will be around somewhere picking up 4 men.
She's
for
she's
drunk
already
men to ruin.
she's already in town.
He's already on
Yeah.
the hunt.
She's left her mark. Just jumping on the rooftops.
Batman,
Jeez.
but strange.
Jesus. Who's gonna be her Joker, dude?
Oh
Ooh.
god. I think Thorn's either just like sitting by the fire afterwards and just again trying to write,
Mhm.
or she checks in with Thodane, see if there's anything that they need to talk about, and if there isn't, then she'll just wander around, pet the horses one last time.
Yeah, sure. As you're by the fire, enjoying a bit of peace and quiet, you do see Gildana kind of step up. You're right with me, sitting next to you. You're not gonna bite, are you?
No. No.
Oh yeah. She sits down. She's got a jacket off. She just kind of has it over her shoulder. And she just holds it for a moment. Do you like writing?
It's harder than I thought it would be. I keep tearing the pages, and I sort of show her some of the holes that have been torn through around the flowers.
You know what? It makes it look fucking rad, though. A lot of the books that you see people write in is all just very plain. But this has a lot of personality in it.
Yeah, and a lot of mistakes too, I guess.
Life's full of them.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to give you this one, but pretty sure you wouldn't take it because you're weird about gifts and nice things. And I flip to a page with a rose on it.
Hmm.
Nothing's written on it. There's no holes in it in the pages. I was gonna write something here, but I don't know what to write.
She looks at it for a moment and she touches the petals on the side of it. How about a fresh start?
That's a good one. I was thinking something like, well, if I gave it to you, I'd say something stupid like, oh, you know, every rose has a thorn, like, something like that. But it was stupid. Is stupid.
It is fucking stupid, you're right.
Mm.
But it's nice.
She just puts her hood over and just starts writing, very
Hey.
red face.
She takes the hood off. Don't be like that. It's fine. I'm only joking. You can be sweet. Just be careful who you be sweet to. I'm a bit of a sour one, so... Although, I will say you've melted away some of my harder exterior. So... I was going to offer you, since I've seen you drawing in that book quite a lot, I thought I'd ask if you'd like to leave a mark on the jacket.
You let me do that?
Of course. Why not?
I don't want to destroy it.
If it ends up looking like that journal, I'll be happy. Just write whatever you want on it.
Okay. And she takes some wherever there's like a small free spot, and she'll just try and write her name on it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, definitely piercing a bit of it.
Yeah. You write your name, Thorn. And as you kind of scratch it, create this very... It looks kind of like... looks quite rock and roll, to the sense that it's like very jagged, scraped into it, so it fits the jacket quite well. And as you finish and pull away, you see she puts her finger against the lettering and almost like binds back together, but it leaves it as though it's scar tissue across the jacket. So there is like this burnt element of your writing etched in forever, as well, with this magical shine to it. Puts the jacket on. Yeah. Looks good.
It looks great, really.
Only because I'm in it, right?
Yeah.
Ah, Thorn. You think yourself so prickly, but you're as you just described. You're more of a rose than a thorn itself. You're soft, you're tender, and you also smell nice. So this is the last good comment that I'm going to make to you, but you have it, keep it, and cherish it, because it's never going to happen again.
Yeah, just don't go telling everybody, right?
Your secret is safe with me.
Thanks, Gildana.
No problem, Thorn. And maybe I'll see you around.
I really like that.
Well, I think this won't really be goodbye, because I'm going to go on that ship, because I know a few people,
Really?
but I won't be staying. I'll just be saying hello quickly.
Oh.
An old band that I used to play with, good friends at the circus, but I was just going to say hello. You should definitely check them out, though.
I might. I don't know. Heights aren't really my thing, so I might just stay in my room all day.
Oh, that's all right. Everyone has their own creature comforts.
Does that mean
It means we all have things that we cherish and makes us feel all nice inside.
Oh.
Warm, fuzzy. Some people it's alcohol. Those people have problems. Sometimes it's moments like these. Just chatting. Sitting here by a fire. Getting warm. Just enjoy the moment.
Hmm.
This is one of my creature comforts.
yeah, this is nice.
We don't have to talk anymore. You can continue writing. If you don't mind, I'd like to just sit here for a while.
Yeah, that's good too. Would you wanna write something in the book?
She just like gives a big puff of air. Well, I wouldn't know where to start, but I could, if you want me to.
I flipped to the page with the rose on it. Free space.
All right. And I don't need a pencil or pen. I'll just use my finger. She writes with very nice cursive. A thorn always has its rose. And she just ended there. Closes the book.
Really, can't really read this, but it's pretty.
Well, you can read it to me when you get a little bit better. Next time we meet.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. And she just sits there, leans against this log, and watches the fire.
Yeah,
You
you
want-
the same thing.
You wanted to find Thordane?
Just pass by and be like, is there anything we really need to talk about, or is just your stuff, basically.
Just my stuff.
Got it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Fennel, is there anything you do this evening?
Not particularly.
Okay. All right. And then I'll move over to Thordane. Is there anything that you do tonight?
Just making sure everything's noted down, because I got a fair amount today. Mix up that invisible ink.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, really. Anything else I'm not sure on. So, yeah, that's it.
Right. So, without anything else, you all enjoy a lovely evening wherever you are. And the morning arises for then spend a lovely night with Hunter, enjoying some dancing, some of the things you did the previous night, but mainly just sitting side by side. And as you rest in bed, you know that the clock's ticking. There's maybe about 5 minutes until midnight strikes. And leaning into it, will just say, well, I'm running. This was a really nice day. I'd like to end it falling asleep in your arms.
Sure. Aman's gonna kind of wrap his arms around him
Mm-hmm.
and pat his head until he falls asleep.
He just leans in. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you as well. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning. And the night comes to an end. The morning arises. We'll stick with Ven for a moment. You wake up and you see Hunter by your side. You know that his memory's gone, but he still lays asleep. As you're resting there, you watch as the shadow sits in a small chair to the side of the bed and is currently looking down at him, at Hunter.
Was nice while it lasted.
It was a lovely sentiment, wasn't it? I could feel the joy through you. You truly like this man.
He's nice. I don't think it would last though.
Well, you never know. Love can be much stronger than we first realize. I can see elements of his mind. They are fractured, like a puzzle that's always moving, a tide that never stops. Its head twists, and it twists almost 360 degrees as it's still kind of like staring at him. The eyes, shadowy white, misty to the side, staring closer as he arcs over and looks at the back of his forehead. I think there's more here than we first realized.
What do you mean by that?
Something smells off. I don't know what. But this man is a special case. I don't think it's a coincidence the two of you met.
What are you implying?
I don't truly know, which is the interesting part. Something about his mind echoes back to something that I've seen long ago. A fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a memory. It's as though I can see him in different clothes and through different eyes.
You've met him before?
I don't know.
You think his mind can be fixed then?
The form shifts slightly becomes bulkier. What is broken can be fixed. I'm sure there's ways of repairing his mind. But we must know the root of the problem first. And I think it has to do with you, Ven. And who you are. There is something special. There isn't. It is a circumstance that the two of us ended up meeting. There's a reason for it. And this man is a link in that chain. How far, how long, will only need to be uncovered.
We're about to leave.
I do not think that it means anything around here. This man has traveled far and wide. I'm sure. With everything lining up. More of this fate will tangle in your path. We're following the thread. A thread that I do not know where it starts and ends. But you are present in all of it.
There's a way to fix it. I'm sure we can find it, but let's not, stray too much of our original plan.
Smile widens, stretches more so than it should. That sounds like a plan to me. But we'll keep an eye out, since he means a lot to you.
Thank you.
I always have your interests at heart, then. And the shadow disappears. Now, I ask you then, if you'd like to be there when Hunter awakes.
I think he'll be there. Maybe he won't be holding him like too close. He will be there.
Okay. He wakes up. Oh. Hi.
Hey.
He begins to pat himself down. How you doing? You alright?
I'm doing great. And Ven's gonna hand him the journal.
Ah. What's this? I'm not a religious guy.
It's just something to help you out.
He begins to read through it. And he slowly begins to understand. And he begins to lean into it. I'm so sorry. This seems to be something that happens on an occasion. A daily occurrence, it seems.
All right.
So, I'm sorry. This is awkward.
I know.
Oh.
It's okay. You told me.
Okay. Well, if I told you, then we must be friends. So, excellent. What is your name again, friend?
Ben.
Ben.
Can call me
Okay.
Ben.
My name is Hunter. Seems to be.
Yeah. Well, let's go get you some breakfast and we can head back to the rest of your friends.
Perfect. I'm starving. That's one thing I can understand is food.
Ven's gonna pay for both of their breakfast.
Okay.
Down in the tavern.
You have a very strange morning alongside Hunter and find your way back to the circus. Morning arises. This is the day that you guys leave for the airship, so I will leave it in your hands if you want to interact with any NPCs before you head off, or do any sort of actions as well. So for this, we'll probably just go around the table one by one. So Thordane, is there anything that you wish to do?
No, not particularly. Just what I get back to later on.
Okay. Thorn?
No. Just staying by yourself. Or goes to Sienna.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fennel?
Just kind of generally say goodbye to most. Maybe stop by Celesta, thank her again for the dancing. And then also like, are the twins still gone?
Oh, yes. I may have followed them at night and given them a little fright.
What did you do?
Well, they started doing their artwork, if you can call it that, in some alleyway, and I thought, well, why not have some fun with it? So I defaced it, and I gave them quite a fright, manipulating shadows and such, you know how it goes.
Oh, of course. Wish I could have seen it.
And it was quite delightful. Well, it was a pleasure helping you find your freedom of movement in the air for someone so adept below water. It was a pleasure, Thordane, and I hope to dance with you again.
I hope so too. Next time I'm back in Calceria.
For now. Okay. Anything else? If not, we'll move over to Ven. Anything else with the circus before you head off?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you said before we move on to Ven. I was like,
no,
oh,
no,
okay.
no.
Well, he does say his goodbyes to everyone because he did leave early
Mm-hmm.
last night. Rory, Daga, everyone else. Not the twins if they're still there. Gives him a stink eye.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll hug Hunter one last time if he's, okay with it.
Yeah, he
Cheer
seems
up a
to be
little.
okay with it. He takes you in. As you're kind of parting ways, Daga will go up to you then. With what we spoke about, it will never be spoken with anyone else. I give you my word. And if you need to discuss anything else, to get anything off your chest, then I'll be happy to lend you an ear. They are quite big. They hear quite far.
Thank you. I will let you know if anything comes up. Just take care of Hunter.
Someone who loses their memory often is very capable. But I will. Thank you for giving him a day to remember. He spoke about you very highly. He does not do that often.
I'm glad. And he actually made my day too. So hopefully he remembers some bits of me.
He gives you a hug. And just kind of like pats you on the back. And he just whispers, I know how it feels.
Yeah. Can't imagine how it's like for you guys. Ooh. Jeez.
Yeah, you learn to embrace it.
Well, there might be a way to, fix it.
We've tried.
They say his mind is too far gone, too scattered. But if I know adventuring far and wide, you come across many strange things. If you do find something, I would appreciate it.
I'll let you know straight away.
Thank you. Well, good luck, all of you. And perhaps you'll see us soon. At another nearby town, village, city, maybe on a skyship someday. But I prefer staying on ground. Good luck, and speak soon. And you
Thank
guys
you.
begin to head off. You head towards the large mountain in the center of the city, around to the northern side, where you can see this large, beautiful airship, about the same size as a cruiser. You just see this massive, wide, lengthy, mainly made of that metal as well as wooden hull, looking reminiscent to a ship, but having decked out almost like a small city in itself. Buildings on buildings on buildings, looks very metropolitan, but it is a ship for all intents and purposes. The sails are being prepared. You see two large devices either side of the ship, which seem to hum with an energy. You see people stay back from it as it seems to create the force of movement in this ship. And as you begin to approach, there is a long line, a queue of people waiting to board. You see them all just kind of waiting there. There's one line for the regular attendants, and then there's one for the VIPs. You guys have VIP access, so you'll move over into that lane and begin to head through. There's only a few people in front of you. You can see that there is several figures, some figures that you actually saw from the night that you performed, or at least watched the performance as well. There is a blue female dragonborn in front of you, very tall, wide-shouldered. You also see the half-elf female who stood by her side. Next to them, just further ahead, you see a small halfling woman, probably in her 50s or so, as well as a tall drow male stood by her side. You can see they're currently holding hands, waiting in this queue. You also see a few others down the line as well, waiting, and ushering them in one by one and kind of checking their tickets and everything is a very voluptuous looking Aarakocra, this wearing a very fine suit, but feminine in look. You see this this crane hybrid of a bird, a humanoid crane, long neck, kind of going back, coiled slightly. If it was fully extended, they'd probably stand at about 10 foot tall, but with it curved and set in, they're probably standing at about 5 feet. She's currently ushering them in one by one, the groups. You see bellboys, you see everyone grabbing the packages, grabbing all of the luggage that these people have, and beginning to set them in to the rest of the ship. As you are the next ones in line, you see this basically first mate approach you. Oh, hello. Welcome on board the Cavalier. I am the first mate. My name is Heather, not Feather. Everyone tries to do that little joke, and it doesn't go by me. So, you are more than welcome aboard. You are VIP guests. You're the most important people on board. And we have a room set aside for you, a large ensuite with enough beds and accommodation for each one of you to enjoy life in luxury. This place is one of the finest establishments in both leisure and activity. You'll find many things aboard, so please ask away with any questions that you do have. But for the meantime, our courtier, and she gestures over to this human man wearing a very similar kind of suit. Their skin is kind of lightish in color, but you can see there is almost
pink and swirling green bits of like freckles or so, like skin augmentations against their eyes as well as their cheeks. But they seem to also have this almost pointed ear look. They aren't elven, but they seem to be human, but with some sort of fey-touched background. You see, he kind of looks over, white hair, pulled back all the way, slick. He just looks over. Oh, yes, we can guide you to your VIP room, so please follow me. The bellboy will be taking your stuff for you. So please, and they begin to step forward. You travel through. There are rooms on rooms. There is so many large spaces, and this is a pleasure cruise through and through. You walk through dining areas, magnificent in size and decorated to the highest caliber. You see there is a large entertainment theater and many implements around this space, spas and everything else. As he's guiding you through, there are many things to do in this place, but one thing to bear in mind, being VIP access, you have a way to get through all of the queues, all of the lines, and be the first ones there. So if you just inform us of where you wish to be, where you want to go, we can guarantee you a space there as well. Your rooms are fitted with everything that you need. You have a telecommunications system, free sending spells that you can use 5 times a day. You also have many amenities to your disposal. Free bar, food of any kind from all continents brought to you, hand-delivered and crafted by the finest chefs of Corthaic. As well, you have all of your amenities present. You have a small spa. You have everything that you need to enjoy a restful time aboard the Cavalier. And at this point, he greets you to your room. He opens it, and you just see this massive penthouse space. There is an overlook view over the rest of the city that you can see large windows, single piece. And there are several levels to this space as well. There are individual rooms. There is a large open foyer with sofas. There is even a piano in one corner. Many different elements, everything you can think of and more. He hands you the key. Will you be needing more than one key?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
How many keys would you like?
1 each, please.
Of course. He holds out one of the keys.
I don't need one.
Well, we'll make that 4 then. He holds out one of the keys, and almost like opening a fan, he just pulls it to the left-hand side, and 3 more keys appear to the side of it. And he just hands each one to you. There you go. And if you need anything else, I am just referred to as the courtier, so please, I am at your disposal. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll be setting sail in about 3 hours or so. So get rested, get prepared, and watch the sights. It's a marvel looking at Corthaic from above. And he leaves.
Thank you. This place is bigger than my house. Holy moly.
You have a house?
Well, back home. But this place is huge.
Frey, you cannot do that when I've got
Oh god.
And everyone gets their own room? Jeez.
Each
This is
room
not
is like
VIP for nothing.
each room is like having your own hotel space. It is large. They have their own little amenities too. Everything is gilded. Everything is in like gold, bright colors, large curtains. There is everything you need. On the central table, there is where he kind of gestured towards the sending spell, where you can communicate with people 5 times a day. There is also an interface that you can work with. And as you begin to speak up and walk around, you just hear it activate. Hello and welcome. You have joined us aboard the Cavalier. How may I do any assistance?
Well, if we're going to have a VIP treatment, I'd like a drink, please.
Certainly, sir. And you see as the voice speaks out, you hear a ding dong at the door.
I'll
Excuse
open
me, I have a drink for you, sir.
Oh my god.
Thank you for I'll have a drink.
As you open the door and let him in, you see this half-orc barista with almost like a utility belt filled with different bottles and cocktail like mixtures mixed within, and he has like these glasses set inside. What would you like, sir? I could do a sunrise tequila if you wish.
Sure, why not? I'll take your recommendation.
All right. And he just begins to like squirt these into the different glasses and then hands out the drink to you. Will that be all, sirs?
Apparently for drinks, yes.
Very well. And he just leaves.
I hate
Then I'll be
this.
like, well, look at this, it's great.
This place is so fancy. I feel out of place a little bit.
I don't know, I feel like I could get used to this.
That's so unnerving.
Well,
As you say that out loud, you hear the voice just say, well, if you feel unnerved, we can treat you at the spa, hopefully relax you, take away any sort of...
She holds out her knife towards it, like, what are you? She does
I
not
am-
like it.
I am a sentient organism that works throughout this ship. I have a mind of my own and I speak freely, and I am here to serve you. So please put the knife down.
She grabs Ven's arms and sort of pushes him forward, like, turn it off.
If you wish me to leave, I can just leave.
yeah, I think we would like some privacy. And maybe do like a little ding dong before you come in, because I think you spooked her a little bit. She gets like spooked very easily.
Understandable. Starting my children protocols.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Well, if you need
Well-
anything, just say a word and press a button because I cannot hear you in this mode.
Okay. Bye now.
Okie dokie. Bye. Ding dong. And they disappear.
Well, a spot does sound nice from what Sienna described it as.
Wait, what's a spa?
If I remember correctly, it's like a place where you can go relax, and they like can do your hair, and also something about mud, but I'm not sure about that part.
That sounds cool. I can go do that, sure.
Does anyone else want to go with us?
The spa sounds good.
Yeah, I don't particularly want random people touching me, so I'll stay here.
Wait, what?
Oh, there's different
Well,
ways
now you
to
made
enjoy
it
the
sound
spa.
weird.
There's different ways to enjoy the spa.
People touch you? What?
They don't have to.
Oh, okay.
I mean, for some of them, they do have to.
It's some, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean by they don't have to. There's other things.
What is there in a spa? Do you know, Fennel?
Well, it's a bit like the spring we went to yesterday. Yeah, there's water. Careful, Ben. But there's for Thorn. Thorn is not.
Ven's happiness and excitement just gone. Just straight face, just I don't want to do this anymore.
It'll be, but for Thorn, you know, warm waters, fragrances.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a relaxing
Anything.
environment. If you like getting
Yeah,
touched,
Not-
there's people who
For
can
this
touch
group,
you,
we've got 2 phobias being covered for this group.
and you don't have to do the thing that triggers your phobia in the spa. There's the other thing.
What other thing? Is there a spa thing without water involved?
But yeah, there's massages. You know, when people rub your muscles to make you feel relaxed.
Yeah, I know what a massage is.
Oh, had to be sure. Well, there's that. There you go. That doesn't involve water necessarily.
Is Fennel fish-splaining? Is that what he's saying?
My God.
Okay, I'll give it a try, but if it involves water, I'm leaving. I'm sure there's other fun stuff to do around here.
Somebody tries to touch me, I'm stabbing them.
Okay, Ben's just gonna like maybe we leave the knife here so we don't get kicked off the ship or
Just
put
tell
in a
them you
jail
don't want to be
cell.
touched. I'm sure they'll understand.
Yeah.
Really, then you want them to leave their weapons when we know there's criminals with a tendency to escape on the ship.
Can
Oh
I
yeah,
just,
you guys need your weapons to fight.
can I just bring one knife?
Just tell them you don't want to be
Okay.
touched. Don't actually stab.
I'll bring my
Yeah.
knife.
Maybe we should get you a shirt that says "I don't like to be touched. Don't touch me, please." Just to let people know.
I
Don't touch me.
No.
This is my
no.
no script.
Jack, you're not helping.
Wasn't trying to.
As you're like speaking, you just hear ding dong.
Oh. Turns towards the weird
Can
organism creature.
Can I speak, or is this? I don't know how this works. Ding dong.
You can speak.
Oh, hi, it's me again. I was just listening, and if you wish to have a T-shirt made, I can provide that for you.
No.
Great, that would be lovely. Thank
No.
you.
Ben
Okay.
Thorne just spoke for themselves.
Hello. Hello, I have a T-shirt here.
No. No. Go away.
Oh,
Go
yes,
away.
yes, that's for
Stop
us.
answering for other people.
Get out. Go away.
No, it's for us. I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Here you go. Hands over a small package.
Unfurl it.
It says exactly what was said before. Please don't touch me. And also on the back it says, "I will stab you."
See?
I hate everything about this.
I mean, we can now tell people you'll stab them without having to say anything.
Yeah, you don't
Pretty
even
sure
have to
that falls-
talk to them.
Pretty sure that falls under criminal threat if she follows through.
I'm
So-
not wearing that.
We can make
As
an
you say
amendment. We
that-
can say not a threat underneath.
Yeah, and like little
This is
Underneath
all-
the I will stab you part.
In parentheses.
Asterisk.
Not a threat, a warning.
At
A
which
heads
point, when
up.
she does stab them, it's fraud.
Not everything is that serious. Okay, let's just go check it out, and if you want, you can stick with me, Thorn, nearby me, and I'll tell people off if they try to touch you.
Yeah, sure. Sure. I don't have to wear that, right? Looking at this
No,
shirt.
you
No,
don't.
no.
I was just teasing you.
Can we burn it?
We
I
put-
would
Please
really like
don't.
to burn
That
it.
would be a fire hazard.
Actually, it wouldn't. The entire ship is fireproof.
Stop fucking eavesdropping.
Well, Thorn, you are
Yeah.
able to set it on fire. Or maybe you're
Oh,
not. I
that's
don't know.
a
Maybe
lighting
the t-shirt is also fireproof.
It is also fireproof.
Damn.
Well,
What did I just say?
Apologies. Goodbye. Ding dong.
okay, well, let's go. Let's check it out, and maybe we can see what other stuff there is on the way there.
Yeah.
Doo-doo-doo.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you begin to explore a little bit. You find some areas of the ship. You come across a very large casino. There is a casino in this place. Of course, there is. Other interesting elements that you do find is there is a botanical garden as well, located inside. And there is an underwater part of it as well. There is this large swimming pool, which has been themed around the exploration of Ishvahi. You see there are elements of barnacles. There is very tacky replicas of what the Tritons would have used or lived in, all just kind of set in the bottom of this. And it's like a fish tank. You can kind of, there's one area where you can see the entire thing from a side point of view, but then it just extends further and further and further. It's a large, large space. There is a huge spa with mud baths, everything in between. There is also a tube system, not a train tube system, but a tube for human conduct system. You see workers and even people staying in this place walk in to a tube, and you see them just like pop up and disappear. You don't know where they've gone. They just leave somewhere else.
It's the fucking pipes from Futurama.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
What
Yes.
are we on?
We're like on that freaking spaceship from Wall-E, dude.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, this is the fucking Atlas.
So you see some of them. There is also on the top level. There is a version of this which is a slower roller coaster that goes around the entire ship. You can sit in it, and you will basically hover about 1,000 feet from the ship and just drive around it. And you can see a full 360-degree view because everything's made of glass. Quite precarious looking at it as you see people boarding it and then looking quite afraid. But then they're also pointing out and going, "Oh my god, that's where I live." That they just start like... That seems to be the only real amusement here. There's no like roller coasters or anything like that. That seems to be the only thing for kids to enjoy, at least. And you see the kids are lined up for it. The ship at this point, you hear the telecommunications just reverberate through this entire ship. Good afternoon. This is Skywright Esther Leman, your captain. Now, we'll be setting off in about 1 hour from now. So if you could, make your way to the deck and look at the views as we begin to depart Calzaria. Next stop will be the Hourglass. And it just turns off.
Do we have time to do all the spa stuff before we set off?
Yeah, I'd say so if you want to. Or you can go after if you wanted.
So do we want to go there, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. You begin to have a... What sort of treatment are you looking to get? Because they do everything. You see a woman at the front. She just kind of looks over at your position. She is... she's half orc, so you see her arms are like fucking caked out. Her hands look even meatier. And she just looks over. So what can I do for you? We can do massage, we can do spa. What is it you wish to do? I can see that you are a bit frail. I might break you, but we can fix you. So it is no problem.
I would like a seaweed salt wrap, please.
Seaweed salt wrap for the fishman. Excellent stuff.
Okay, that's your meal sorted, I imagine.
It is both.
We call this a sushi. They begin to escort you around. And what can we do for the rest of you?
What is there that doesn't involve like a lot of water?
Well, we have acupuncture.
No.
We have meditation areas. We also have the hanging tree, which is you just lounge around and hang from a tree.
I'm so concerned.
Is there like someplace where they can like fix up my hair a little bit, maybe?
Yes, there is a salon just across the road.
I'll go there then.
Okay.
It looks at Thorn. Do you wanna do that or?
I don't have hair. She's just bald. Pretty much. Buzz cut.
Is there like something you can do together? Like as a group?
I don't know.
Get a seaweed wrap with me. It's great. You get wrapped up in seaweed, the salts go into your skin, it rejuvenates you, it's lovely.
It is delicious.
Are they gonna eat you?
No, just the seaweed.
No, thank you. What about a sauna? Is there something like that?
Yes, we have those, but they are elements of water, so I thought I would not bring them up.
I mean, it's just not smoke. What's the word?
Steam.
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 Vapor.
Thank you.
Steam.
Steam, right?
Yes, if that is okay with you, then you can enjoy the spa and the sauna.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Well, me and Thorn will be doing that. Dane, where are you going?
Do you even come with us?
Is the Dane with us?
No, I'm doing work. 'Cause,
He's just
I
in
have
the room.
I have an actual
Workaholic.
job. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So you guys begin to enjoy your spa treatment. It is a very relaxing, helps detox and exfoliate. For Fennel, it is odd being wrapped in seaweed above water, but it still feels like a bit of home as you're getting wrapped up, quite nice bundle. It reminds you of when you were a baby. When you're born, you are wrapped in seaweed. And you're just kind of like taken around in that for a long period of time. But you enjoy yourself, you lean into it for a bit. One thing that I'd say you notice, there is a large mirror above you. So as you're wrapped in, looking up at yourself, also wrapped, I'd like you to roll a perception check. Perception.
What?
A deception check.
Perception.
Perception.
Oh
I
yeah.
thought
I'm
you
like-
deception. I'm like, huh?
Who am I deceiving?
What is he
What's
lying
bro hiding?
Apparently from myself.
Yeah.
Natural
Oh
20.
my fucking
Stop.
god.
Would you stop
Unbelievable.
that? Stop it.
You crazy motherfucker.
Jesus.
You spend a moment looking at you're here for about, there's no one else in this room. There's 6 other beds, but no one seems to be using this facility. So you are there, you've been wrapped up, you see the woman there, the half-ogre. Okay, I will leave you here for the next 30 minutes. Enjoy. And she heads off. So you're just left there by yourself. I will also leave some classical music for you to listen to just in the background. Or would you prefer just the dripping sounds of water?
Dripping sounds of water. Please.
Okay. You're the boss.
I thought he was gonna say whale sounds.
No.
For now, you rest there, looking up at your reflection. And there's something odd that you can see in the mirror. There is almost like a silhouette of a person, like stood in the mirror. You see almost like the mirror itself warp slightly as this silhouette just shifts its body over and like hovering in the space. It just seems to be there and present.
What is it, like floating?
Yeah, so
So it's not someone.
Imagine
So they're also like.
with a natural 20, you know that there's no invisible presence in this room. The mirror itself seems to be holding something that shifts, and you only see its silhouette.
What was the AI called again?
Didn't give a name.
Oh, it didn't give a name.
No.
I guess I'll say that I can see you there in the mirror.
As you're speaking, you see your breath
just like cold. And it's a warm space, so this is a strange phenomenon. It continues to hold its place there. It doesn't acknowledge what you say or doesn't act differently.
Problems with being non-magical.
What's happening?
I'll-
As we attack.
I'll try and one of the other two languages I speak, either Abyssal or Primordial, and just kind of say the same thing.
Okay. You say the same things, and you watch as the silhouette shifts over, and it shifts over in your reflection. So before it was just on the left-hand side, now it places itself just above you. You're caught in its reflection, and as you are there, you can see that you yourself in the reflection past this silhouette, which is like a fuzz. The only way to describe it is like a foggy mirror, where it's just a slight fuzz. But you can see yourself crystal clear in the silhouette of this person. And you are old.
Ooh.
You are very old. And you feel that breath is still frigid. Your skin is sunken. Your cheekbones are on show. And it looks like you're much older than you currently are.
I'll put my hand to my face just to feel.
You are tightly wrapped in seaweed.
Oh,
I'd
okay.
like you to make a strength check.
Okay, that tightly.
It's not a high DC, but you're also not too strong. If it's a nat one again,
That'd be hilarious, but no, it's a 14.
Damn.
14. You take your hand out and you feel your skin and you look at your hand and it's the same as it was before. You haven't changed. It's just a reflection of you has.
I do not like this game. What are you?
You see the silhouette of this shape. You see almost like one of the arms shifts over to the central part where you are resting. And you see a finger, crooked, tap you in the chest, in the reflection. And you feel the seaweed snap, open up. And the image, this mirage, completely disappears. And your foggy breath is no longer there.
Well, that ruined my spa experience. I'm gonna book it out of there.
You leave half done, basically.
Half done.
As she goes, where are you going? Did you not want to eat the seaweed?
I've lost my appetite. You help
very
yourself.
well. More for me.
Leave a 1-star review.
Saw shadows in the mirror.
The mirror person kept staring at me.
That's it. That's just the review. The mirror person kept staring at me.
5 stars. No, I'm kidding.
5 stars.
Should have titled this episode "Man in the Mirror."
Oh, jeez.
Oh god. What the fuck was that?
No idea.
This is why you don't touch old people in churches, man.
What?
What the
What does that have to do with anything?
The old man gave him the ice visions, so that's what I'm thinking.
It's that. Yeah,
Oh.
she thinks it's Herman.
Yeah,
No, it's
that's
like,
literally what I
the
wrote in
fuck?
my notes.
Oh god.
Here's
I
a
wrote my
pub.
notes.
I love the way you describe that, though.
I thought that you meant like IRL, and I'm like, what the fuck? Don't touch the
No.
Pope, guys, or you will see weird shadows in the mirror.
No, no
That's what
wonder
you tell
everyone wants to
children
touch
at
them.
night.
Fuck yeah, no.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so for now, you leave. Where are you heading to? You can see both Ven and Thorn are currently chilling in the sauna.
I'll get into the sauna with them.
Okay.
Already sweating more than us.
pouring.
Like, dude, we just got in here.
Like, you know, when you put water over the coals to make it steam up, like, that's Fennel.
Yeah.
Like, he's the source of...
It's a thick steam as well, so it's like you're walking through, trying to find them.
Yeah,
Oh,
and well,
Fennel?
Fennel... Oh, there's something weird. There was something in the mirror. It was hovering over me. It made me look old. Like, really old. But I don't look old, do I?
No, you don't look old.
Thorn, do I look
Well,
old?
I don't know what old is for Tritons.
5 seconds old
Well, yeah.
when I saw you.
Grey, or yeah, different than this.
I mean, you look older than me. I don't know what.
But I don't look
answer you
old.
want.
You're not help, Thorn.
No, you don't look old, Fennel. But what's with you seeing stuff? Are you okay?
Oh, I don't know. I thought the seaweed wrap would help. It's not helping.
This is why
As-
you don't touch random people.
I don't
Has this
touch.
been going on for a while?
No, just to yesterday and today.
Maybe we should check that out or see what it's about, because, you know, that's kind of spooky.
You're telling me.
Yeah.
Ben looks around for any potential weird mirrors or things in this room.
You turn
Just in
around and you
case.
can see a small kobold who is also sat in the sauna.
He's just here.
Hey, should I go into the sauna next door?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, I thought
Yeah.
I'd ask.
to be honest with you, I didn't see him. He was so small.
I
I
didn't
kind of
see
have
him
a
either.
blind spot. Like, anything that's below my knees, I don't see it.
So they must be a tripping hazard then.
Sometimes. Don't tell him I said that.
I'll tell him.
Turns out he's in the room with us.
Oh, damn it.
It's sat
I
next to
just
you.
didn't see him. Oh, jeez.
There are no mirrors in this space. There is only the glass for any reflection, but it's steaming up.
Well, luckily no mirrors in here.
Yeah, you should be fine. Now, can you shut up and let us enjoy this?
Okay, yeah, fine. Maybe I need it too.
Why are you supposed to stay quiet in these?
I don't know.
Whatever helps you relax.
Well, I kind of wanted to chat with you guys to get to know you better. We didn't get a lot of time to talk. 3 of us. The one time we did, you fell into a coffin and then got extremely drunk.
True. I wasn't expecting to get instantly drunk that night.
That was quite something.
It was
Yeah, that
it was fun.
You got really annoying really quick.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
What happened?
Well, I got drunk.
Yeah, I know, but after that,
Tried
after
to-
me and Hunter left.
Try to
Oh,
break in the Deku's thing.
after that, the twins and I went wandering about, and we got the idea of trying to get into Dagar's caravan.
Did you?
And
Nope. Thorn found me under his caravan.
Because you woke me up.
So yeah, sorry about that, by the way.
You didn't seem very sorry.
At the time, no, probably not. Alcohol tends to affect people in such a manner.
Did you ever drink before, Thorn?
No, it doesn't look that fun, really.
Yeah, I guess it depends what kind of person you are when you get drunk. Some people get very giggly, but some people get like really, really sad.
Yeah, no thanks. I won't drink at all.
Yeah, probably for the best.
It's not for everyone.
Is
Yeah.
Fennel still carrying his drink that he got?
No.
Does he still have that? Okay.
Could you imagine just walking around like, oh my god, guys.
Guys, you
I
won't
think
believe
even
I
if
just
he
saw.
was, it would have spilled everywhere as he was running towards us, or like evaporated.
Just like, because oh god, I need a refill.
As you're having this conversation, you hear another set of footsteps as someone else in the sauna walks out. There was also a gnome in here.
Hey! Alright, who else is in here? Who else is in here, for fuck's sake?
You turn around and there's about 4 other people on the higher tier. You didn't realize it actually went that high.
Oh. Hello.
Hey, sorry to hear about your alcohol problem.
Who has an alcohol problem here? Ven,
Did we get
do you have an alcohol problem?
Oh,
No, I don't think so.
does he not know?
a private thing in here?
Talk about it later.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, we're having a private conversation in a public space.
Can we have like a private room or something? Why are all these-
Is there a more private sauna?
like, out of character, we're VIP, right? We could just get a private sauna, right?
Yeah, you could, yeah, definitely.
Let's do that.
Just chose to go
Please.
into the public one.
Shows off badges, a VIP. Excuse
Oh,
me.
you should have told me. I did not realize you were VIP. Oh, shouldn't be with them, should you? So, here we are.
What?
Shouldn't be
What?
with them.
What? What? What?
What's a VIP sauna like?
It's exactly the same.
Is the steam lavender flavored?
Yes. With a hint of
Alright, this-
vanilla.
The benches are cushier.
I didn't just realise you're all plebs.
Fennel isn't.
You're
Oh, God.
acting it.
Alright.
Alright, now the
Alone.
You enjoy some spa time. You have some time in a VIP room by yourselves. The afternoon goes into evening time as you know that the ship's about to take off, so you'll head up to the top deck. You can see the ship begins to move, and the main spire, this mountain that lays in the center of Trasvalar, just becomes smaller and smaller and smaller as you take off into the sky. The engines are quiet. There is masts and sails here, but they don't seem to be holding or doing much momentum, it seems. The ship just rises up and begins to fly off. There is a slight hum to the port and the starboard side when you get close enough to the railings to where you can see a gathering of people walking in and out of a closed room. Seems to be the place of origin of power to how this ship keeps flight and stays aloft. You watch as Trasvalar, this expanse of a city, becomes minute and tiny, overtaken by the Whispering Woods, and then overshadowed by the rest of the mountains and the hillsides. you head over in a northerly direction. You have the coast towards the east, and you have much of the land below to your west. And you traverse, you keep flying, and it is a lovely flight. The weather is perfect, crystal clear, no clouds in sight. You can see the odd flying creature just fly past. And for a while, some of the wyvern riders, the guard, the garrison of Trasvalar, did follow for a while, even accompanied with some kids aboard, learning the ropes of wyvern riding. And you just see these dark shadow creatures just flying overhead and just ducking and diving through. Then eventually they are no longer present, and you continue on your journey. For then, as you're kind of watching the horizon, watching everything go by, you see a bit of trash. Someone's someone's glass just left on the ground, similar to the cocktail glass that Fidel had. You see it left in the middle of where people are, and they leave it there. You watch that for a moment as you just stare off, seeing it, and you watch as someone picks it up off the ground and places it in a bag that they carry to the side. This individual, you can see, is shaggy hair, a slight shaggy beard as well, but a bit more kempt, a bit more orderly, as they wear a uniform similar to the rest of the workers on board. This person stands out to you because you've seen them not too long ago. This is the individual that gave you a fright at the marketplace. You recognize the same eyes once again. They don't seem to have recognized you, or at least seen you yet. But they pick up the glass, they place it in a bag by their side, and they continue to walk around.
Ven's heart almost stops for a second, and then once he realizes who it is, he kind of calms down a little bit, but still seems a tiny bit on edge, knowing that that person is on board with them.
Mm-hmm.
Do I notice that Ven seems a bit uneasy now?
Up to Robbie, how hidden would Ven?
I feel like it would be a very quick moment, so might have to roll insight to see.
So Thorn, if you
Notice
could
it.
roll an insight check to see if you catch it.
I will. I shall. 15.
15. And then for Ven, if you could just roll, this would be a saving throw, and I'd probably say this will be a wisdom save to see if you can hold your nerve.
Okie dokie. Let me. Dang.
Thorn, you notice
Mm-hmm.
that there's a quick moment that Ven freezes up and becomes slightly on edge.
She tries to follow his eyes to see what she's looking at. He's like,
Mhm.
"Are you afraid of heights too?"
Not really. I think maybe just nervous about how this flight is gonna go. Never been on a flying ship before. So,
You weren't this
Uh-huh.
nervous before.
yeah, I guess not that we're in the air, I'm slowly realizing it's slowly,
Hmm.
settling in the realization, so.
Yeah, like something could attack the ship, or we could crash and all die. Something like that could happen.
Yeah, that would suck. But let's not try to think about it too much.
Or pirates could probably board the ship. I heard
There's sky
something about
pirates?
pirates. Thorn just knows that she's heard about pirates.
I'm not
and they attack
sure.
ships.
I'm not sure there are very many, or if any, in the sky.
Well, they did say they have their own militia, so I think we should be fine. Don't worry about me. I'm all good.
Insight check.
Just roll a
Again?
perception check, Thorn.
Okay. Perception. Perception. Okay. Haha.
You followed Ven's eyes, and you see that person, which was described to before as giving them a fright. With what you heard, because you weren't there, you kind of heard everything, and matches a description of what Sienna had told you. So you get the sense that this is the same person, and yeah.
I'm gonna notice, but I'm not gonna say anything. Because Ben probably doesn't want to talk about it. So I'll just stay quiet. But I'll
Alright.
watch him.
That's so creepy. I'm sorry.
As
I know.
you're kind of looking at the sights, you see as the sun sets, there is that beautiful reddish orange hue over the horizon, and it's to have a day like this where it is completely void of any cloud. It is a breathtaking view because you look over to the east and you can see the horizon completely. But then you look into the west and you can see the sun just cresting over the very edge of Calzeria's coastline to the west and dripping into the water. It is a sight to see. And you just take it in for a moment. Because who knows how long you'll be in this position and whether you'll be able to get a view like this again. So you take it in while you can. As you are, just spending the time here, you see one of the individuals approach you, the courtier, the human who brought you to your room. Oh, hello, sirs. We have a few events going on in the next couple of days during your journey aboard. Would you be interested in participating in any of them?
Well, what are they?
Well, there is entertainment every night. We have a theatre on display showing the very comical and dramatic side of life. We also have entertainment in the form of music. Oh, it's by taste. They are what is called a rock and roll band. So there is that for every evening. As well, you have your swimming pools, you have garden hunts as well, looking for strange flowers and the things that hide within the gardens themselves. But also, on another note, we have the main event. The ship the Cavalier was brought up on sport. One sport in particular, jousting. The jousting that we had was in the sky. It was eagle on eagle, with mounts on either side. This one, we have a bit more rudimentary. Horses. There is that if you wish to participate. And on the third day, during your journey with us, we'll be hosting a gala, a ball of sorts. You can dress up if you wish. Not many people do. But since you have VIP access, you'll have the main stage to yourselves, as well as find attendance with the captain. So if you wish to participate in any of these, just please inform your attendant in your room, and if you need anything from me personally, I'm available.
Thank you. We will let you know.
Thank you.
He nods and he heads over to the next couple. Oh, he just continues with the same briefing.
Are you guys interested in any of those?
They all sound interesting to me.
Yeah.
The horses.
I would like to go see the play. Oh, what did you say, Thorn?
Horses would be pretty interesting, I think. I'd like to go see those.
Oh man, we're gonna need to plan out our days if we want to do everything.
I don't want to do everything.
Has anyone heard of the rock and roll thing?
Have I?
Gildana mentioned.
Yeah. Go for it.
Gildana mentioned that they're friends of hers. But that's all she said, really.
Do you want to go watch them or listen to them?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, I'm really just interested in the horses.
Okay, well, we can do the horse bit. Is there anything you're particularly interested in, Fennel?
Particularly interested? No, all of it, really. Interested to see the gala and what other important people are on this ship.
I've never been to a gala before, any kind of ball. That would be fun.
A shame to hear that not everyone dresses up. That would have been a nice opportunity.
What is a gala? I've never heard of that before.
Have you heard of a ball?
Like the round thing?
Fuck off.
Thorn can't be that stupid.
No, it's like a party where people dress up fancy, and then there's music and dance and food and like really tiny cakes for some reason, and stuff like that. And people talk, usually like really rich people.
Oh, okay.
But we can go since we're VIP.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that, really.
Is Tadane with us on the deck?
No.
No.
Apparently not.
Okay.
He's just back in the room like that. Fuck it up. It's all connected. Oh.
Precisely.
Well, I like the ball, and maybe, since Thorn, I saw you collecting flowers. Maybe the flower garden hunt thing would be cool.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was allowed to take them or not, so I might do that.
Yeah, we can ask. What else was there, Bex?
There was a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Yeah, there's quite a few. What we can do is I'll give you a detailed description of what there is and what you're looking for between sessions, and then we can just go through in an orderly event of what takes place during your downtime, because this is essentially going to be some downtime activities for you to do. You have quite a few days of travel. The first stop off is at the Hourglass, so that'll take a day travel. So you've got today to enjoy as well as the morning and the second day, and then you'll be there for pretty much the afternoon/evening, taking off, and then you'll be traveling to Les Ronces, which will be a few days travel as well. So I will tell you how much time you have to spend, and you can write up or theorize what you want to do at that time. But since we are kind of thinking about what to do, we can just end the session there to see where we pick up. We'll probably start next session with Thodane losing his fucking marbles, theorizing like mad. But yeah, we'll end the session there. So thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, smash like, share with your friends, subscribe, all the classic stuff. Follow us on Twitch, whatever. We also have an Instagram, so you can follow that at Rolex Play. And yeah, if you have any suggestions on things you'd like to see from the stream or anything at all, just send a comment and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed, and see you next time.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, they can. Yeah, they can. Fruits and gas. Hole. Okay. Alright, I'll end it.